Hello, everybody! Hello, and welcome to our spooky one-shot. Hope you guys are all super excited. I know we are. So quickly, we're just gonna go down the line, and I'm gonna have you guys introduce yourselves. Say your character name out loud so that Zari has a chance. Just your character name. That's it. And yeah, let's do that. So I'm Zari. I'm the DM. Go ahead, Artsy.
I am playing Gallagher, a friendly druid man, short man.
Okay, Shorty.
I am playing Gloom, a half-orc.
Okay, Kofi.
I am playing Piper and no Artificer.
Lovely. And Lewis.
I am playing Roth today, Who-Man and investigator of sorts.
Okay, Knee Thief.
Playing Sobin, I'm a goat.
Okay. And Candle.
I am Skits, and I'm playing a kobold rogue / fighter.
Okay. And Archie.
I am playing Soren, a Loxodon spiritually inclined bard.
Alrighty, so we're just gonna jump right into things. Couple of notes. Yes, quacks are disabled. I know. I'm sorry. Deal with it. As well as you'll notice that most of the sound alerts are gone. However, there are a couple of fun different channel points things. As you guys have already found out, you can bane a player, you can bless a player, which means just adding a d4 to their next roll or taking away a d4 to their next roll. Everything's explained there. As well as grant DM inspiration to a character. It has a cooldown as well as only 7 per the stream. So you may
I do have a question regarding that.
Yes.
Is it cumulative?
No, it is not
Can
cumulative.
we have like 5 Bane rolls for one character?
Oh, yes, that's cumulative. Have fun there.
Wait, on a single roll or
No.
just stacked up?
So, like, if you have 4 in a row, then, like,
It's a
it
queue,
hits the next
essentially.
4. Yeah, it's a queue.
Oh,
Okay.
And then for the DM inspiration, if you already have inspiration, you can't be inspired again.
Until you use it.
Does Bane and Bless counter out, or does the Bless then come for the next roll after the Bane roll?
It would be the next roll after the Bane roll.
Okay.
Okay, the other thing is that I am not going to be talking to chat, so out loud. I may type here and there. You guys are welcome to type here and there, but we are not going to be hanging out, or I'm not going to be conversating. But, okay, are there any other questions before we get started, or is everybody ready to go? No?
Think we're ready?
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Hooray.
So, also, fun reminder, I am very sick, so please be patient with me if I have to cough or anything. Okay. All right, let's get started. So, you all have received a contract from a mining and exploration group to find out what happened in an abandoned mountain village, Vermeillion. It used to be a small mining town over a profitable platinum mine before a tragic accident in the mines happened. It seemed that the survivors from the mining accident and other villagers began to disappear, leading to the entire population vanishing or fleeing, leaving the village abandoned. The mining group discovered a book over the last year, A Deep and Creeping Darkness, which seems to be nothing more than a combination of a diary and penny dreadful from a traveling bard that passed through this village. With the new information of the slow death of the village discovered, they would like for you guys to discover the source that took out this village and make the area safe for them to return to, and begin excavating once again. The pay is good, with promise of good investment once the platinum mine is open again. After accepting the contract, you were summoned to meet the agent for the mining and exploration group, a half-elf named Rix, at the Bored Weasel, a small tavern and inn in the small village at the foot of the mountains, Mayreen. And this is where we begin our tale. So, as far as I know, none of you are traveling together. You're all traveling separately, correct? Nobody?
That's correct.
Nobody told me that?
I'm with Saren
Okay, cool. Good to
Just-
know.
to help out
All right.
with their personal quest, but yeah.
Okay, so, Seren, we will start with you. you, as well as Roth, have been traveling specifically because you are the granddaughter of the bard who wrote A Deep and Creeping Darkness. So this mining group, the Halavar and Co's Mining and Exploration Company, contacted you once they found this, asking if you had any more information from your grandfather. So as you enter the town searching for the I totally forgot the name already, the board weasel, would you please describe your character, Archie?
Yes, Søren is a very, very tall Loxodon with rough, leathery skin. For some reason, from her backstory, she is missing an eye and wears a lot of talismans around her tusks. And she always carries this, what appears to be a person's skull with black candles sitting on top that always are alight.
Okay. Question for clarification. What is tall for a Loxodon?
Yeah,
I don't
please
know
clarify.
how tall they normally are.
Neither do I.
Over 9 foot.
Yeah, nearly 9 foot tall.
Jeez.
I see.
Think tall, but then think extra tall.
Big tall.
Big tall.
Big tall.
Think tall, T-A-L-L, but then think tall, T-O-L.
So not like Starbucks tall.
Starbucks Grande.
Okay. Rop, as you were accompanying her, will you please describe your character?
Okay, so in the shadow of this behemoth is a normal sized person, which is a like mid to late 30s, dark-haired human dude with like a neatly trimmed beard, sort of decently made but kind of old outfit. Like he has had some money, but kind of not necessarily anymore right now. Sort of look to him, but he tries to keep up appearances, you know, well maintained, that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. So you two enter into the city. It's a very, very cute city. It's in the shadow of these mountains, a bunch of different hills and waterfall crashing down in the distance, pine trees and birch trees all around, and can make your way to the inn. Is pretty simple to find. There's a beautiful open air market, and the inn is very, very simple to find. So, and as you walk in, you, Søren, am I saying your name right?
Søren, yeah.
Søren, okay, got it. You, Søren, recognize Rix because you've spoken with him on an occasion. So he actually came to you very specifically with this book and gave you the book so that you could study it. But you recognize him kind of sitting at a table with already there a, I'm blanking on what race you are, Artsy.
Gnome.
Gnome, okay. With
Course.
a gnome sitting there, would you please describe your character, Artsy?
Gallagher is a fairly small man. I saw 3 feet tall. Pretty old, like dark brown, like brown hair, but you can see it's going gray. Wearing a nice outfit of green and pink with a walking staff, never far behind. Got some green feathers on it. And what if you knew what one looked like? What looks like a decanter of endless water hanging from his waist?
So, how many birds are currently nesting in your hair?
I will not answer that. Because you can just kind of see just like a ring of flowers.
I see.
Yeah. A ring of brightly colored flowers that seem old as hell but still alive somehow.
Alrighty. Okay.
Interesting.
So you guys approach the table with the gnome sitting there, and you're welcome to greet Rix.
Near
Hello.
them.
Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Vix. How you been?
Rix kind of bows his head, and it is good to see you as well, Serin, as well as your companion. Thank you.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Thank you very much for accompanying. You see a younger male half-elf with blonde hair. Here, actually. One moment, I can even show you. Hold on. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. There you go. Kind of roguish qualities, a quiver of arrows across his back. Very faint, and you actually, Serin, know that he is the grandson of the owner of Halovar & Co.
Guessing business has not been very pleasant to you recently, has it?
Has not, which is why we are attempting to reopen this platinum mine. It would do us great good.
Well, hopefully we can assist you in that endeavor.
Hopefully. This is someone who will be traveling with you, Gallagher.
Yes.
And he will gesture towards you. If you would like to introduce yourself a little bit more, Gallagher.
He doesn't like to talk,
Oh, okay.
Greetings, Gallagher.
but he will wave and just kind of hold up his cup.
Good evening, small friend of mine.
All right.
So, what has transpired in since the last time we spoke?
In the last couple of weeks, not much more unless you've discovered anything reading through the journal. Or, I suppose we should call it a book.
Not much. My grandfather was very secretive of his work. I'm sorry about that.
Well,
I will still continue to read through it throughout the transgressions that we might face, though.
and I suppose...
Saren, it is hardly your fault. Do not take the blame of your ancestors on yourself.
And once the rest of the group is here, I'm sure you can let them know what you have discovered from this book.
Thank you.
And as he is saying that, you see the door kind of like opens to the tavern again, and another character walks in. Piper, would you like to describe yourself?
Okay, so basically, when she walks in, you just kind of see her, like, bouncing along with... On her head, she has what looks like a bird, but as you look closer, it's a little machine. And it just kind of bounces and pokes around on her head.
That's absolutely
Fascinating.
adorable. You were described this half-elf character, so feel free to approach as you would.
Oh, wait, was I cutting out?
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
But you're free to approach this half-elf character.
Okay. So she kind of just, hops up to the table and is like, okay, so I don't know what's going on, I'm just here, what's happening?
Well, I suppose that is part of what we are here to do.
Perfect.
Find out what is happening. Hello. Greetings.
Yes. Hello.
Hello! So, my name is Piper, may I sit, please? I've been walking a lot.
Please, Piper,
Yes,
have a
please.
Okay, then
chair. My
she
name is
just like,
Rolf. This is Søren, and this is Gallagher. Nice to meet you.
it's so nice to meet all of you too, you guys are lovely. And then she plops down on the seat.
Just
It's
Just a wave and an out of nowhere cup of tea.
Oh, thank you. What's your name?
He just kind of
This is
This-
the aforementioned Gallagher.
yes, it's Gallagher.
Oh, I love that name. You don't have to talk. It's okay. And then she just takes the cup of tea.
Almost immediately after that, like, the door is, like, barely even shut. And in comes another character. Salbin, if you would like to describe yourself, and also tell me if I said that correctly.
Yeah, you said it right.
Yeah.
Salvin is a kind of short, kind of chubby satyr with honestly less clothes than he should be wearing, but you know what? It's a satyr. No one cares. I mean, appearance-wise, that's pretty much it. He's got a little darker skin, I guess.
Yeah. Satyry.
Yeah, satyr. I mean, the eyes are a little different because it's like blue with brown patches, but you know what? He's cool.
Very well.
All right, you see the very obviously gathered around this half-elf who you're described, and you assume that's your group that you were, you know, supposed to find.
And they walk in, and we see the satyr, and are like, "Ah, must be one of our people."
Yeah. I shall
over.
step over here and read my book. Excuse me. As Surin goes down and sits next to Gallagher.
All right.
A cup of tea for Saren.
Thank you.
And you get a tea, and you get a tea. Sorry.
And Salvin, if you'd like to walk up, introduce yourself, anything.
Yeah, someone's gonna walk in and be like, so I got a message that we were supposed to do something in some kind of weird fucking mine.
Rick.
Yes.
So where are we going?
Rix pipes up and says, "Yes, that is here. Thank you for answering the call. If you would have a seat, and you're welcome to chat with the rest of the group as we wait for 2 more people, I believe."
Alright,
It's a large group you've gathered.
Salvin's gonna look over at the weird flowery person and walk over to them. You know what? They seem interesting.
Ah, yes, the flowery person who don't talk.
In the meantime, Piper's just kind of like staring at you.
Staring's rude. Staring's rude.
So fluffy.
Thank you. You're so small.
You're so fluffy.
Yeah, that's the goat part. Rest of it's not so fluffy.
Just a cup of tea for the new friend.
All right.
Thank you for the tea.
I have a cup as well, Gallagher.
A cup is handed.
Thank you very much.
So can I get everyone's name here, or am I just supposed to know that you all is just partners?
Ah, yes. So,
She raises her hand and goes, "I'm Piper."
Yes. This Piper.
Nice to meet you. I'm Salvin.
My name is
Nice.
Roth. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Surin barely looks up from her grandfather's book, but you see a trunk come up. Go, Surin.
Wow, you're tall as fuck.
Thank you. I get that a lot.
Just a wave and a piece of paper handed over of Gallagher in very nice font.
At some point, you should just make yourself some sort of name tag.
Just
Would
a
probably be
nod,
easier.
A nod.
I'll take it the fur-looking man doesn't talk then.
Doesn't seem that way, no.
He does not care to talk much, it seems.
But he has tea.
Delicious tea, in fact. Thank you very much.
Very good tea.
Okay, so as you guys enjoy your tea inside, Skits, you're coming up on the kind of open marketplace of this inn, or of this town, a little bit of the inn, and you see a very interesting entourage. So Skits, would you first like to describe yourself for a moment?
Yes, Skits is about 2 feet 7 inches tall kobold. He has pale blue scales. He has loose-fitting leather armor that's pretty dark, and he's kind of flinching at pretty much any bones that comes his way. As he just cautiously comes forward.
Okay. But as you're flinching, there's something that appears quite a bit scary, especially since usually these are seen as enemies. Shorty, if you would like to describe yourself and your entourage.
So at the front you see half-orc in plate armor, and he has like a white little vest in the front with a symbol, slick back black hair, and kind of some scars over his face. And kind of surrounding him, he has 4 different skeletons, one with a monocle, one with a little like carved out bone piece, one with a sailor hat, and one with what would be an afro for skeletons, so it's made out of bones.
What? Alright.
So he has just
Does
an
that
oversized skull?
No, it's like bones coming out of what the skull would be.
Okay. So he has like the So he has a bone afro, not like a solid bone, just like little bones sticking up.
Yeah,
in the
you
shape
got
of
it.
an afro.
A bone throw.
Yeah, some may call him bone top.
Oh my god. Alright, so Skits, you see this group standing outside of the inn that you were supposed to enter.
It is going to yelp and then dash inside the inn and then dash underneath the table of the group.
Okay, so the rest of you guys just see a very small, some of the more perceptive of you get the glimpse of this blue kobold that dashes underneath the table and is now under your table as the door opens and you see this character coming in with a couple of skeletons trailing behind.
Yeah, the half-orc opens his mouth as to speak, and then instantly, the bone afro guy steps in front of him. Bonjour, guys! What's going on?
I
hate it. I hate it.
Oh, good.
Devin has now died
This is
from
gonna
choking on his
scream,
teeth.
"It's a monster! Kill it!"
Don't kill it. I told you guys to wait outside. The half-orc's like holding the bridge of his nose now.
Just ignoring
So-
that, Gallagher's gonna look under the table, see Skits, and just hand him a cup of tea.
Yes.
Yeah,
Dude,
Piper's
if you
gonna
had
come
if you hadn't
with
done that, I would have pointed out to you that he was underneath the table and should get tea.
Everyone gets tea.
Yes.
Yeah, Piper looks under the table too, and you just see like the little mechanical bird hop down on her knee just to like look at the kobold, and it just like tweets at him, "Are you okay?"
Is just going to nod while he's just hugging the leg of the table, refusing to let it go.
My friend, not to judge your well-versed knowledge of adventurers, but is this what we get?
Are you talking to Rix?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Rix nods and says, I believe that this is everyone. If you would please come and gather.
Yes, sir, and do not worry. I know adventurers can be an eccentric lot, but usually they are effective.
I'll have to take your word on that.
All right, all of you. And yes, you will all be working together. Glum, do your skeletons join you at the table, or are they waiting outside?
No, I specifically tell them to go stand in the corner and do their dance or something.
Okay. There.
So they're just,
No, literally. That's the gift
they're just doing
Shorty
the spooky
sent me.
scare thing? Okay.
Yup.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Oh my god. Okay, so there's skeletons vibing in the corner. The rest of you gather around the table as Rix, this half-elf, kind of gathers you and says, and if you would introduce yourself, please, to the rest of the group, Glum.
Yes, it's Gloom, but thank you. I'm
whoops.
Gloom. Nice to be here. Just doing my thing with my guys, you know.
Gloom, as in the well-known Doom and, I presume.
If you say so.
Just here underneath the table. I'm Skits, by the way.
Skits, I'm sorry that they scared you. They're harmless, I promise.
I put my trunk goes down and gently touches Skit's head as comforting. It'll be okay, little one.
The scariest thing about them is their jokes.
Well, as
I don't know, that hair was pretty scary too.
That's fair. Anyway, Ritz.
I suppose.
Oh.
I suppose that I should actually. Well, give me a moment. So, as you all know, you all took the job to go travel to Vermeillion and try to figure out what happened at this mining town and what the source of all of these villagers' disappearances were, and to eliminate it so that we can open up the mines. It may be nothing, it may be something, we're not sure, but we want to make sure that we are prepared. And as agreed upon, I will be back here in a week's time, and we'll have 500 gold pieces for each of you, as promised. It is about a 2.5 day travel there and back. Don't worry if you take longer to clear out the town, but I just have business elsewhere, but I will be back here in a week. I do have some supplies for you that I will give you when you are ready, but I suppose that, Seren, as you were the granddaughter of the bard who wrote A Deep and Creeping Darkness, you can better tell people what happened. So Archie, I have additional information because it's you. I'm willing to read it for you.
Thank you.
So, but if you want to give me any flavor of how Seren would tell kind of this story and summarize what is in the book.
She's very straight to the point, but when something is very specific on, especially if it's something that could be dangerous, she very much emphasizes it and curls up her trunk to show that. So she has very noticeable cues, especially to Ruff, who knows her a bit better.
All right. Okay. So, as you kind of tell the story of what happened, this is the general consensus of what you get. So, this book, A Deep and Creeping Darkness, tells the tale of a mountain village whose residents went missing over the course of several months. The book presents a series of vignettes allegedly collected from those who were there, survivors, traveling merchants, and a second-hand account of residents of nearby settlements. It's unclear whether it's fictional, folklore, or history. The content seems very factual, but the language is extremely and extravagantly dramatic. Vermeillion, which is established after the settlers discovered a platinum vein in the mountainside, did a booming business in both the raw ore and refined metal for around a decade. Due to the rough terrain and harshness of the climate, however, the village did not grow large. It intermittently hosted a succession of traveling merchants who came to the village for weeks or two, sold and traded their wares, and then left again. The nearest civilized settlement was a 3 days ride on horseback down the mountainside. The inhabitants named in the book include Mayor Lee Duvins, a kind and talented dwarf smith named Tomrin, and his wife Blennis. There we go. And give me one moment, and I will give you all of those names, if you so choose.
I very much appreciate.
Names.
Very much.
Right. 70 years ago, An explosion rocked the platinum mine, collapsing the tunnels and burying workers under tons of rubble. 60 miners were underground that day. Over 30 of them died in the initial collapse, and the instability of the tunnels made rescue for the others slow and dangerous. The miners who survived the collapse were trapped for days or even weeks before they were rescued, or they perished in the deep, alone and terrified. Only 16 came out alive, and 11 were never found. In the wake of the catastrophe, another horror plagued the village as people began to disappear. Starting with the survivors. Not all at once, however. Only 1 or 2 would vanish in a single night, and then a 10-day might pass before the next disappearance. These unexplained disappearances terrified the remaining miners. After the survivors either disappeared or fled, the other villagers began to vanish. The villagers tried to protect themselves by sleeping with weapons or taking shifts on watch, and nothing changed. Traveling in groups didn't help, since a companion might vanish while even briefly out of sight. With no one willing to keep the mine open, and the disappearance leading to fears that Vermeillion might be cursed, the merchants and other travelers stopped visiting the village. The end of the Patchwork story claims that the village is still there, though whether anyone inhabits it is a mystery. The volume's writer muses over the decline of the village, speculating about the fate of its inhabitants. They wonder whether it would be worth hiring adventurers to see anything remains of the village, particularly the platinum ore. Sketched on the back, the last page, is a rough map of the village's location with directions from the closest mountain town, which you are in currently, Mayrin. And that is the information that you have discovered from this book that your grandfather has written and that you share with other people.
So, I would like to know if we could find any significance to the frequency at which people disappeared. If there's some sort of thing that might occur every so often.
The book does not say. So, the information that I gave you is all that Surin has been able to figure out from the book.
Right. But I was wondering if it says when people disappeared, roughly. If any of us could, see if they could figure out some correlation.
The only thing that it really said about the frequency of disappearances is that it would be 1 or 2 in a single night, and then about, it could be a week to 10 days before another disappearance happened.
Right. So it's not like, they disappeared every full moon or anything obvious like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed pretty random. And it was also really, really difficult to tell because of how extravagant the writing was and the fact that there was a lot of different interviews and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Okay, so Surin finishes her tale. If there's anything that you wish to add in terms of character stuff, Archie?
She pulls out, obviously, the map at the back of the book, places it out in front of her, curling up a chunk, going in frustration, going over than that. I've barely been able to figure out anything. Again, I'm very sorry. My grandfather was very secretive of his work. Didn't talk about it too much.
Piper just kind of reaches a hand out and goes, "It's okay. I mean, you gave us a lot of information. You did a lot to help out. Thank you so much."
Yes, you are helping here, and his shortcomings is not your fault. As previously mentioned, do not worry about it, please.
Yes.
Let us simply work with what we have and continue to do our job, shall we?
I guess it's the only thing we can do to move forward right now.
Right.
Gloom?
Moving forward.
Gloom, you were saying something?
No, it's okay. I hit the wrong button.
Would we like to move out as soon as possible, or should we wait until the morning?
I don't know, guys. It sounds pretty dangerous. I have a better idea. How about we go hire some brave adventurers to do the fighting for us?
That's what we are, young one. We are the brave
Give them
adventurers.
our money. Fuck that.
Yes.
Oh.
I may be scared, but I kind of really need it. So I'm saying.
Listen, young one. Look at the size of me. If you stay behind me, I promise you nothing bad will come to you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I probably will use you as a meat shield.
if I stand behind you and you like trip and fall down, you might fall down on me.
Shoulder kobold.
I Despite my size, I'm not as clumsy as I appear to be.
Yes.
Oh,
Here's the thing: we stand behind you, we won't be able to see anything either.
Fair enough. You do as you wish.
Just so you guys know,
Damn right I will.
you guys have been traveling all day. It's about evening at this point. You're welcome
Right.
to set out. You're welcome to set out if you wish. But Rick's in between all of this kind of pulls out a crate and puts it on the table and opens it up. And inside you see hold on, where to go? 5 potions of regular healing and 3 potions of greater healing to distribute amongst you as you so please. And then he says, I must go, but if you would like to stay here for the evening, I am willing to, I was told to put it on our tab.
That is
Thank you.
mighty kind of you.
I will go arrange it with the owner. However, I do have to say, there are 2 people who were originally from the town here, if you would wish to go talk to them. One is actually
Yes, of course.
the owner of this bar, Lucas, as well as, hold on. Did I get their name right? No, I did not. One is the owner of this bar, Lucas, as well as Astra, who you might find in the marketplace packing up their flower cart.
Excuse me, Lucas, your finest whiskey, please.
Okay, so you say that, and Lucas, like, nods at all of you and begins to grab a whiskey off of the counter, or from under the counter, and, like, pours it and walks over.
I just look at our employers as I like shrug and say, "You said it wasn't your tab."
I meant the rooms. He looks very unamused.
Well, maybe next time you better specify. Finest drink over here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so he brings over a couple of glasses as Rix goes to talk with one of the other workers to kind of square up a couple of things. And Lucas begins pouring different drinks for you guys. And you see a human with dark skin, white hair on top of his head, who looks to be pretty well on in his years. If you would like to look at him, I have a picture in the Roll20.
Oh my god, I love his forehead.
I know, I love his forehead too.
What the what?
And
That's a 5 head.
he begins.
Bruh, that's like a 7 or 8 head. I don't.
Oh my god.
That's a 12 head.
But he.
I love his hair.
What, does his forehead just keep growing?
Oh, guys.
No, his hair keeps receding. I suppose.
Okay, back on track, let's go.
The longer his forehead gets.
Okay.
My goodness.
So, but he walks
I mean,
over.
it's halfway.
He walks over and begins pouring drinks for you guys, getting whatever ales or, although you have a lot of tea, whatever else you so desire from this place. And kind of just like says, I heard that you were heading towards Vermeillion. Couldn't help it over here.
Yes. Well, Rix and I have an arrangement about Vermeillion, and it's a very private arrangement.
Well, I used to work there as a miner myself.
And I just look at Roths.
If you are truly going, my wife Lorna died in the disaster, and if you would go to the graveyard and lay some flowers on her grave, I would appreciate that, as well as her necklace was left in the hollow of the tree at the center of the village, which I would like if it so pleases you.
Consider it done, Lucas.
It's not much time off our back, so why not?
And if there's any questions, I can try my best. However, I left pretty quickly after the disaster.
So the miners disappeared, you say? Or they say, right? They disappeared first, the ones surviving the accident?
I actually left almost immediately after my wife's death, but yeah, that's what I heard. I didn't get to witness many disappearances.
Do you have
Many?
any...
Does that mean you did witness some?
I didn't witness them specifically, but I was in town when 2 of the miners disappeared. There was no indication, they were just simply gone.
What was your job back in the village?
Oh, I worked as a miner, I just wasn't in the mines that day. My wife and I took opposing shifts for a lot of it.
Unfortunate.
Well, as a miner, do you have any theories of what could have caused the disaster?
I mean, it's a mine. You never know. Things
That is
collapse. Depends on the explosives being used and the tools. Theory was that they hit a place that was just not secure enough, and it took out a supporting thing and collapsed the roof right on top of them.
Then what could have caused the disappearances?
I don't know.
And you said these disappearances... They say these disappearances were completely at random. You look one way and someone just vanished.
From those who passed back through town, that's what I heard too. You never know. It did seem to happen whenever people were separate or didn't have their eyes on someone for a minute.
So it seems that there needs to be some sort of magical component to these disappearances then.
Your guess is as good as mine. Magic is not my shit.
I mean, if it's people simply looked away and looked back, then it seems supernatural of some sort, right? Otherwise...
He kind of just shrugs. It's kind of up to you guys.
That is fair.
Do you know of anyone else specifically who maybe did witness it, or was maybe who's still around we could talk to?
I mean, Astra was there for a little bit longer, but they were a child. You could probably go talk to them. They're usually wrapping up their flower cart about now.
I'm sorry if I missed something important, but how long ago was it these disappearances started? And
so the book said about 70 years ago was when the explosion happened, and within about a couple of months, the whole village was like vacated.
Wait, how long?
70 years ago.
70.
So you get the sense that he was like young when that happened.
Right.
Yeah, because
Was young with a wife, so he's what, in his 90s?
Yeah, he's like in his 90s.
Yeah.
So, and Astra the half elf was probably if they were a child, then they're probably like 74-ish, 75-ish.
I was the ripe old age of 300.
Neat. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Was there any people with longer lifespans that might have seen something that would know something? Any non-human?
Not that I know of. There weren't very many. Hold on. Zari can't remember. I remember the mayor might have been a different race. 1 second. Yeah, pretty much everybody in the town seemed to be some sort of human or half elf, so on and so forth.
Or halfling?
Smith is dwarf.
Yeah, not very many. Oh, the smith was a dwarf. I said that. Yeah.
Yes, you put it in chat.
Okay, cool. I haven't seen the dwarf in forever. If they have, we've lost track of them.
I see. Well, thank you for your help.
And the whiskey.
Yes.
We should go talk to this Ashid, you said?
Aster, yeah.
Yes.
Asked.
And, of course, pay your dear wife a visit.
Right. What was it? You want us to visit her grave, yes?
Yes, please.
Of course.
And if you would
We will,
retrieve her her necklace from the tree in the center of town, I'd appreciate that.
That's fine.
not much of a bother.
Is there any specific flower requests you have for us?
Anything that you can find there.
Looks at Druid.
I'm willingly going to waste a spell slot to grow plants there.
Aww.
Do it!
You think I won't?
Well, if that's
Do
the
it,
case,
you
I
know.
literally pick up the little druid friend.
Pick up.
You... Yeah, I mean, I'm like 4 times bigger than him.
Sorry.
I am 3 feet tall. You are 3 times bigger than me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You...
But he's completely okay with it.
I know that he's tiny, but that does not mean that you can simply pick people up. It is rude. Come on now.
Well, he's not complaining.
But then again, he does not
Granted, he
speak.
doesn't say much at all now, does he?
He's just gonna continue to drink his tea.
I'm just saying, the times you have picked me up, I would have preferred it if you asked first.
Well, maybe he wants a bigger view as I put him on my shoulder.
Oh my gosh.
You know, next time you pick him up, check him. Let him complain, check him.
Look. Wow.
I guess we're making our way to center of town.
Yeah.
I suppose so.
Let us do so
All right.
presently.
So you guys walk out into it's the kind of cool, crisp evening with the mountain air coming through. You hear the waterfall crashing in the background. And it seems that there used to be an open air market kind of in the center of town here for all of the different merchants that travel through. And you see several people packing up as the sun is pretty much setting right now. One of them being a half-elf that looks to be on in their years, packing up a cart of flowers, who you assume to be Aster. Give me one moment, and I will give you a view.
Of you. Oh,
Aw.
Aww.
I
I
know.
Okay. Good evening.
Okay, so you're walking up.
Yeah.
So you walk up to them, and they kind of like jump a little bit, and then turn around, holding a bunch of flowers, and they go, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you approaching. Good evening to you as well. I'm not selling anymore, but I suppose that if you want to buy flowers, I don't mind."
It's we are mainly here to talk to you personally, rather than business.
Oh,
Yes.
what can I do for you? My name is Astra.
I am aware you have been talked fondly about by the barkeep.
Ah,
Yes, Lucas seems to, well, be an old friend.
yeah, he's known me from a very young age. We grew up in the same town, and then moved down
Right.
here before when tragedy
Which
struck.
is why we are here. You see, we have been hired to do some reconnaissance up on the town itself and see if we can't figure out what happened. Now, if there is any information that you might have about what occurred back then.
Oh, I don't remember too much. It was very, like, foggy and hazy, and there was so much going on. I remember my parents being really scared and a lot of conversation when I was peeking out of my bedroom at night, and their worried voices and packing things and them always trying to keep an eye on me.
foggy and hazy in a literal sense, or a more figurative?
I mean, I don't know actually, but I do remember that we decided to leave when my mother started having nightmares.
Ah. Was there talk of many people having nightmares back then?
I'm sorry, my cat just tore into the room and scared the absolute living shit out of me. Oh my god.
Zoom time.
Pretty much what just happened. Woo, we're good. Okay. Sorry. You were asking if it was what?
If there was many other people having nightmares back then.
From what I can remember, yeah. It was like an indication of when people would disappear.
So they start having nightmares, and then later on, at some point, they simply vanished when unobserved.
Yeah, that's what I think happened. And I mean, a lot of it started with the miners, but it seemed that the nightmares were an indication now that I think about it.
Interesting.
Hey, sorry.
Yes.
A question that may be slightly important for the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Would you let me use minor illusion to make like a speech bubble?
That's adorable! I'm here for it. Let's go.
Such a good idea to speak.
Yeah.
Because I have that as a cantrip.
Hell yeah.
Infinite speech bubbles.
Yes!
Every time we're in like a scary situation or a fight, shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. All you see is like fuck.
No, Gallagher's gonna use minor illusion and just in front of Astra, just ask if he has any seeds he'd be willing to part with. It's a favor for Lucas.
They, sorry, I totally like blanked on their pronouns. They smile and say, of course, and gather a packet of, let's go peony seeds.
Mixed seeds work. They're all gonna grow.
Okay. Alright, so they give you a couple of different types of seeds.
Fuck yeah.
Best of luck to you. I know that the area is really scary. I haven't been able to go back there, and everybody who's passed through town ever since said nothing but death and destruction came after.
Well, we appreciate the information, if any. Thank you.
They continue to pack up their stuff. If there is, as you guys reconvene back in the bar, Lucas makes sure that you have drinks as well as anything that you would like and a good meal. If there's any conversation that you wish to have before you go to sleep for the evening.
Actually gonna go up to, your name was Skit, right? Skits? Candle?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Your
His name is Skits.
name is Skits. So, as everyone's coming back in, I'm just gonna pull Skits aside and go, listen, my young friend, I know you're very skitterish, I guess, but we do need your help in this. As her trunk comes out to take his hand, his hand. I need you to count on me, and I need to count on you. Can you be brave for me?
I'll try, as long as it's not giant spiders. I really don't like giant spiders.
If there's any giant spiders, I'll take care of them for you. As pets his head with the trunk.
As Zari takes notes.
Meanwhile,
Skits
at the table.
will shake Strunk.
You say
nice.
giant spiders as I'm going to befriend them.
Good,
Right?
Good fucking luck. Okay, anyway, sorry, Roth, you were saying at the table.
Yes. So Piper, where do you get that bird?
Oh, it cut out. What was that?
Where did you get that bird?
Oh, my little baby. Oh, yes. Her name is Amber. I made her, and look at her. And she just like
You
grabs the bird,
made
and it
her.
like hops around in her hands, and she holds it out. Look.
Amber, you say? Wonderful. Now, wait. So how does it fly, or is it too heavy?
She lifts her hand up, and it just kind of flitters around in the sky in the air for a little bit, and then drops back on her hand.
Oh, that is wonderful.
Yeah, I'm very proud of her. She is my best creation and my best friend.
Does Amber speak?
She just twitters, but that's good enough for me. I know what she means.
I see. Fascinating. Cheers to Amber, then.
Sitting over here is Kofi. I don't know how to respond, but she's just kind of happy.
That's great.
He's fine, man.
Socially awkward Kofi doesn't know how to reply, but here we go.
Any other conversation or what you wish to have or things you wish to do before you retire for the evening?
I'm good.
I guess not.
Gonna gather up all the empty cups of tea.
All right, make sure you're all good there. Okay, so you guys find your evening sleep, and in the morning gather all of your supplies and your compatriots, and you set off on a kind of less traveled road that leads up into the mountains. The sun is shining on your faces. The first day passes by very uneventfully, the trees growing thicker around you, and the road becoming more and more overgrown. You occasionally hear the typical sounds of animals scampering in the bushes, and see a traveling merchant who comes from a split in the road from the west that's heading back towards Maven. Is there anything that you guys wish to do the first night? It's very easy to find and set down camp and all of that, and I'm not going to make you roll for watches or anything here, but is there anything that you guys wish to do the first evening?
I'm actually going to sit down in the middle of camp, put the skull down in front of me that I carry.
Okay.
And I'm going to spend one of my bardic inspirations for one of my Tales of Beyond.
Okay. Zari doesn't remember what this does, so...
Flavor-wise, I summon a spirit and we have basically a little conversation of what happened in their life.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled the bardic inspiration die and it gives me a different effect. So in this case, it's a D8.
Okay, go for it.
A 1. Okay, that's of the clever animal. Tail of the clever animal. So as you see, Surin, sitting there with the flames with the candle sitting on top of the skull, you see it turn blue, and then it forms a spiritual being right in front of me. That's of a very proud-looking mastiff that sadly has some arrows sticking into its side, and it's actually able to have a short communication. We start talking about the story of how he was a very trained war dog, and how in his quote-unquote retirement age he spent his days protecting his family, but one day some burglars came in and he fought them off, but sadly lost his life.
Aww.
Pet the ghost dog.
I mean, you can.
Pet the ghost dog.
Piper kind of trots over. He's like, "Oh, hello. Who are you? You're shiny."
And
I guess while everyone's freaking out about the ghost dog, Salvin's just gonna play a pan flute. You know.
And now
He's just
before
hiding beneath his covers.
Aww.
Oh.
And now before my next, when I choose, I can give me a sec. Oh yeah, when I choose to activate this ability in the next 10 minutes, someone I choose, whenever they make an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw, gets to roll an additional dice equal to my bardic inspiration after they rolled a d20 and add that to the check.
Great. Nobody's rolling anything tonight, but
No,
unless they want to. But
We know for later.
for
Yeah,
later.
for later.
Okay.
I can hold it for later.
Okay. Cool. How long does it last?
Until I use it, or until I take a long rest, I believe. Let me just double check that.
Well, you're about to take a long rest.
Oh, well, I mean, I can stay up. I'm very, especially if it's. Fuck it.
I was saying as you're getting ready for bed, and I'm not making you set watches. That's literally what I said.
You're doing this as part of your long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
it's part of my long rest.
We can say
for my next long rest.
we can say you did it in the morning.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Okay. Cool. I'm cool with that. Okay.
So,
Anything else
yeah.
that anybody wishes to do during this long rest?
Just normal, like, patrolling the perimeter,
Mhm.
checking, peering into the darkness.
That was just gonna be vibing with their pan full for hours. It's all good.
Alrighty.
Oh,
So, as you guys find your evening's rest, waking up to commune with the spirits in the morning, you begin to set off on the second day of travel. Today, it is considerably more overcast. The altitude is causing the air to blow crisp, with the scent of pines and moisture lingering. The roads, if it could be called that now, is nothing more than 2 wagon wheel ruts overgrown with grass and moss. You continue to climb in altitude, the air is growing thinner, and the cold is setting in with the absence of the sun peeking in through the clouds. You travel throughout the day, your second day, starting to get closer and closer to your destination. And as you guys set down camp, is there anything you wish to do or any conversation you wish to have for this evening? And again, I'm not making you set watches.
oh.
You can
Wait, how many days is
set.
it until the place?
It was a 2.5 day travel, so you're theoretically gonna get there
so
half
next
the day.
day. Okay.
Mhm. So I'm telling you now, we're not rolling watches. You guys can definitely have set watches because you would have, but I'm
Yeah.
just for ease
Yeah.
of things, we're moving things along.
Yeah,
Just the usual of sharing tea.
Okay.
pretty much. I would say that Piper is kind of like keeping close to the kobold. I'm sorry, I forgot what your name is.
Skits.
It's
Skits.
Yeah, Skits. Not really like saying a whole lot, but just kind of staying close. You know, and the bird keeps like hopping over and like kind of inspecting them. Just she's like trying to be like a presence there. Just like, hi, you can talk to me. It's okay. Safe space. But yeah, that's all she keeps doing.
Awkwardly just look at everyone, trying to see if there are threats or not.
So Piper is Kofi, but not socially awkward.
Yes.
Basically, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
And also innocent and not inappropriate.
It's okay. This is fine. While we go over the not socially awkward Kofi, someone will be playing pan flute.
Okay.
Nothing but pan flute.
Everyone gets tea.
Everyone
Heck yeah.
gets tea.
And by the end of this is still alive, Piper's being adopted by Gallagher.
All right. Okay. As you guys find your evening's rest, I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
What?
Ah, yeah.
Remember
It
your
begins.
banes?
Yeah.
So
I know what it is.
Shorty has a bane, Archie has a bane, Kofi has a
I have a lot of
bane.
bane.
I got a 12.
I have a
Wait, so
bane.
how does the bane work?
So roll a d4 and subtract it for me.
Wisdom
Wait.
save?
Oh wait.
A wisdom saving throw.
Well, that's
Wait, what's
an
that?
11. Take
Hang on, find mine.
11.
So roll a
Take 3.
d4.
Gallagher succeeds.
Okay.
Okay, so roll a d4. Hold on.
So
Oh no!
here's what I need. Here's what I need. Anybody who did not get above a 13, please let me know. If you got a 12 or less, let me know.
I got
That'd be me.
12.
6.
Okay, so Gloom, Sarin.
Salbin.
Wait, why did it do a wisdom save twice?
I don't know. So Skits is fine. Salbin got below.
Piper would be fine no matter what.
Piper's fine.
I mean, I have a bless, but I rolled a 25.
You have to use it on your next roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will roll that d4 for my bless.
Yeah, you're fine. You don't need to.
Yeah.
That's
you
it.
said
See, this is the unfortunate of the bless and the bane is that you have to use it for your next roll. So, for example,
no matter what.
the next
the bane,
9
good, right?
rolls for Archie are gonna be subtracting a d4, and I think Shorty has a bless next.
I have a bless next.
Me
Yeah.
and Kofi still have
So,
a Bane.
with that extra bless, yeah, I'm at 29.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. You vibing. Okay, so
Can I give that to Salbin?
no. So as you guys fall asleep, Gloom, Salbin, and Sarin, you begin to dream. And as you begin to dream, there's this feeling that begins to creep over you. You feel like almost as though you've come to, but it's dark all around you. You know your eyes are open, but there's nothing. Absolutely no light to catch onto. And for those who have dark vision, it feels odd. You can't even see the typical shades of gray. The darkness is oppressing. The feeling of this pressure closing in, and you can hear your own breath almost echoing, but nothing else. It begins to weigh on you, suffocating, until you realize that it's not just the darkness weighing down on your chest, on your arms, causing you to be unable to move, but there's something physical burying you, and you are unable to move. You attempt to shift, feeling the slight wiggle in your toes, and then something fills in, causing it even that wiggle to be tampered, pinning you completely. The pressure weighs on your lungs, your breath growing short and more panicked as the time goes on. It feels eternal. How long have you been here? Minutes? Hours? Days? With nothing for your senses to catch except for the overwhelming pressure and your now shallow, panicked breaths as the air seems to thin. You feel as though you draw your last breath, suffocating. And you awake, gasping for air, the cool mountain scent of the pines filling your senses, and your body is your own again as the morning begins to rise. You may do with that as you will.
Cool.
Someone's gonna basically pat herself down, try to find anything to write on, to basically add on to the book her grandpapa has, so she can keep track of what just happened.
Okay.
Because she thinks this might be a clue of disappearances after Astrid said the nightmares happened before disappearances.
Are any of you visibly shaken in the
Yeah.
morning?
Yeah, well, not shaken, but you would notice that Surin's trunk is all curled up like she normally does when she's panicked.
No. Salvin's full unhinged. He's gonna grab his pan flute, walk over next to Gallagher, and try and notion for tea while shakily playing the pan flute. That's his comfort item.
You can hear Gloom describing everything in perfect detail to the Boney Tunes.
I forgot about this for a minute.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so the rest of you come to with all of this nightmare that racked you a little bit. I'm sure most of you
Right.
can hear Gloom over they're like talking about it, and Seren seems to be recording it down, and Salbin shaking if there's any conversation that you wish to have.
Tea and emotional support for Salbin.
I'd like to just go up to one of the shaken people, does not really matter whom, and just ask...
Well, who would you approach?
Probably Gloom, because it's the most, like, immediately, like, open about having had the nightmare. Everybody else seems to be, like, sort of taciturn about it. So I just go up and, like, nightmares.
Yeah, I'm not sure what came over me. I was terrified. I didn't feel like I could move or anything.
See. We never asked Astra what sort of nightmares their mother had been having. We probably should have seen if they knew some details.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope it wasn't the same, because that may mean that I'm getting taken.
So Gloom, don't walk off on your own, right? Once we get there?
Well, even if I wanted to, these fucking slapdicks won't let me, so...
Right. Looking at the bone dunes. I do not know if they count. It's observing you.
One of the bone tunes says, "Yeah, no skin off our back, dude. You watch him."
Right. So, Gloom, try to stay in contact, eh?
Will do.
Gives a nod and walks off to pack up camp, I suppose.
Anybody else?
I'm just panically doodling still. Crossing things out what I feel like isn't irrelevant, or what I got wrong, or just very panicked writing.
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and say I want Piper to, like, whenever everybody's like starts moving, kind of like not obviously, but like obviously try to corral the people who are like visibly shaken up, and just like keep circling them, like protective, like keep an eye on these bitches.
You're battling down
Sheepdog.
Sheepdogging.
Yeah, pretty much. Just like trying not to be obvious about it, but it's hella obvious.
Okay.
Yeah. As we leave camp and like sort of get closer to town, because it's on this day that we would be reaching it, right?
Yes.
So as we like sort of are on our way there and nearing our destination, I would like to make sure I stay in contact with the people that had nightmares.
All right. Okay. And before you guys set off, we are going to take a brief break. Let's do about 5 minutes so that we can, go pee, and Zari needs more tea very desperately. So we're going to take about 5 minutes, and we will be right back. Feel free to chat and hang out and chat, and we will be back shortly. Alrighty, guys, we are back. Okay, so, as you guys are waking up and set on your way after these dreams that shake you a little bit, starting to get to know each other a little bit more, the morning is rising. The sky is very overcast, and there was a very slight drizzle that, for the first, 30 minutes of you awakening, that fades. Your item's a little damp, but it's not hard to clean them off with everything. And the breeze that follows. You set off on what now is a very, very, very faint impression of a trail. The grass and brush overgrowing is soaking your shoes with the remains of the rain. The cloudy sky seems darker than yesterday. The clouds heavy with this threat. The winds whipping around you, your clothes and hair tossing. There are considerably less sounds of wildlife around you, other than the occasional howl of a wolf behind you. You travel, climbing upward for about half a day, stopping for lunch, before you begin to see a slight crest downwards. Mountains climb up all around you, a very prominent one straight ahead, backing up against, or creating the back of this valley. As you peer down between the pine and birch trees, you see the remnants of a village of Vermeillion. You have made your way. How are you?
Is there any giant spiders I could see?
Make a perception check.
I got it.
Shall
They're
do.
in your eyes. They're in your eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, skits. Roll for
Rolls net one.
somebody
They
needs
really
to-
are in your eyes, but you don't see them.
Perception.
But for everybody, or just
11.
kids looking for spiders?
Just skits looking for spiders. Okay, with an 11, you do not see any giant spiders going around the town. And the rest of you, as you guys kind of take it in, you see that the small valley, Midwestern just kicked in there for a second. Valley. Okay. You see that the small valley rests in a very eerie quiet. And, Skits, as you're looking around, there's absolutely no motion of birds, even, or other animals. There's plants and wildlife that seem to have overtaken the crumbling houses. Leafless vines climb rotting walls, and remnants of animal nests that are long abandoned are visible to those who are a little bit more perceptive. Gnarled trees protrude from the fallen roofs of a few buildings. A slight mist kind of extends from this overcast sky, pressing down on the abandoned village. This feeling of oppression, especially to those who had the dreams the previous night. You are standing at the road on the outskirts of the village. How would you like to proceed?
I would like to look around for that grave.
Okay, make a perception check.
I has a bless.
Okay, go ahead and use that.
That's 15.
Go ahead and roll your d4.
Bless your soul.
18.
Okay, so as you're looking out, you seem to have a pretty good view of what the town in general kind of looks like. So here, I'll actually show you. A pretty good view of what the town in general kind of looks like. With the 18 specifically looking for the graveyard, you notice that kind of in the northwest corner that there seems to be the kind of graveyard over here. And that most of the houses on the east seem to be absolutely crumbled. There seems to be 2 houses that are kind of intact, as well as the giant tree in the middle, which I'm blanking on his name, Lucas had mentioned, and a pretty large house. And that is kind of the, as you're getting the lay of the land, especially you, Gallagher.
Okay.
So where do we want to go first?
Well, I want to check out the gym and challenge the Master Surge.
My God.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Can I give you negative inspiration for this?
You didn't make a negative inspiration.
I didn't.
So,
I didn't.
Gallagher's gonna cast Minor Illusion again, just and in front of everyone, just to... Well, I guess in front of himself, but, like, visible to everyone, just to... I'd like to head to the graveyard first, so I can
Right.
Alright, Sabin's
Okay.
gonna be glued to Gallagher right now. The tea's relaxing.
Piper like pulls her shawl closer and is like, "Okay, let's hurry. It's let's hurry."
Let us all go.
So,
So,
is everyone heading their way towards the graveyard first?
I'd be hanging a bit back and like checking out this building. It's not far away, right? So should be fine.
yeah.
Okay, just keep in mind, this is not to scale, because I kind of just slapped it on a thing, but each square is 10 feet, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh, so it's twice as long.
5.
That's fine.
Okay, so yeah, it's twice as long. Okay. Is
So yeah,
anyone
I'll just
going with
be
you?
like down here.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, so
I'll be.
Gloom and Roth are together, along with Gloom's entourage. Is everybody else going to the graveyard?
Yes.
Grave
Oh,
robbery.
expensive.
As you leave, Gallagher, you would hear Roth's voice in your head, going, "If anything happens, feel free to contact me."
So you now have
Gotcha.
voice connection, or telepathic
Psychic
connection.
whispers.
Thank you,
We
thank
are
you.
telepathically linked for the next couple hours, as long as you are within a mile of me.
Cool.
The same is true for Gloom and Surin,
Okay.
but I haven't spoken to them yet, so
They don't know.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So you guys walk through the center of town, kind of veering towards the west and splitting off a little bit. The majority of the group heading towards the graveyard, and Gloom and Roth heading towards one of the intact buildings a little bit closer. So I'm going to go with Gloom and Roth first because they're going to reach it first. So as sorry, coughing. So as you guys approach this building, you, Gloom, and Roth, the front door is of what appears to be a crumbling home and workshop gapes open, with the remnants of the door lying several feet away and covered in long brown grass. The roof has caved in, and remnants of rotting furniture are visible through the open doorway. You see in the front of the house blank headstones that stand, not set in the ground, but looking as though they could be carried to the graveyard about a little ways off. And you see one beside the doorway that is engraved with the words, Tris Frosthair, or Tiris Frosthair, stonemason, inquire in back.
Okay. So I suppose we do a look-see for anything else that is like that stand out.
Yeah, I mean, this place is pretty creepy, so I'm sure we'll find something.
Okay.
So, should we proceed inside or look around the perimeter first?
Are there like any windows or anything?
Yeah, so if you want to peek in, or yeah, there's a couple of windows. They all look to be
The
completely
door was
shattered.
missing, right?
Yeah, the door was completely missing.
Okay, so I'll just peek inside then, but not
Yeah,
like
peeks.
wander around.
Yeah, peaks.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys kind of peek inside, again, pretty much all you see is rotting furniture. There seems to be, like, remnants of baskets and, like, that looks to have gunk all over them as though food has been rotted over the, 60 plus years. And there doesn't seem to be much inside the house.
But we can see the whole house? It's
Yeah,
not like...
yeah. There's not much in
Okay.
there. That's,
Well... Yeah.
I was gonna say, that's me telling you that's about all I got from that.
Okay.
Well, I can't see much, but that doesn't mean there's not any secrets inside.
Yeah, might as well just... You stay outside, I'll look around. And I'll just peek inside and look through if there's some sort of basement or other things that seem to be, like, hidden away somehow.
Okay. So you're taking your eyes off Gloom?
Shit!
You said it. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check as you poke around.
Don't you know?
23.
Okay, wait, I have a bless on this.
Okay.
Okay, 26.
Alrighty. So, as you're poking around, you look around, and there does not seem to be a basement or anything along those lines. You find more rotting furniture, and you piece through and you find about 3 gold pieces, but that's, like, about it.
Sweet, 3 gold.
Yep, 3 gold. It takes you about 5 minutes to complete your investigation, or we'll say because of the 26, about 2 minutes to complete your investigation. Gloom, as this is happening, you hear behind you just like this large, terrifying shriek that echoes about 10 feet behind you and between different houses.
Can I still see Roth?
Yeah.
Oh, Roth, did you hear that?
Hear what?
That's kind of freaking me out. You didn't hear that, dude?
No. Is there something wrong?
Someone's screaming somewhere, but maybe these are after effects of my dream if you can't hear it.
Maybe. Don't walk too far away, Gloom.
Well,
That
I
might,
promised to
this sounds
not-
like that might be why people wandered off or disappeared.
Well, I hate to admit it, but it may seem that I might run out of control of my own bodily functions, so if I do start walking off, just knock me out or something.
Understood.
And I will not look behind me.
Okay. So you're keeping your eyes on Roth?
Yeah.
Okay. Because your investigation was so high, it does not take very long, and you managed to make your way back to Gloom. He is still there.
Cool. I'd also then give Gloom a mental thing that just says, as long as you keep, whisper in your mind, as long as you keep control of your mind, try at least to contact me like this if something is wrong.
I will respond in kind in my mind and just say certainly.
Alright. Are you two proceeding to the back of the house?
Yeah, I mean, that's the side in which the graveyard's on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll just move around, like, to the same side as the other people walked away in. Yeah.
Okay. The back of the house seems to be a covered work area that has more blank headstones and slabs of granite and marble. You see rusted carving tools that hang from the wall. A hammer and chisel lie in the ground besides a half-finished headstone that reads, Adeline Crean, may you all... And it cuts off in the middle of the word. You guys can poke around here for a little bit, but you don't find much more besides the rusted carving tools and the unfinished gravestone. It seems that whoever carved the gravestones here did not get the chance to finish.
After the scream, did I feel like... Does it feel like there's like a hanging presence around us?
I'll let you make a perception check.
14.
Don't you have bless?
I do! 15.
I love that. 14. I do! Super depressed. 15. Okay, You didn't feel a presence, you just heard a scream. It doesn't feel like there's a presence that you can sense yet.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Is there anything that you two wish to do, or are you guys gonna head towards the rest of the group?
We can join up with the others if
To
you're
the
done,
group.
right?
Okay,
We
so
checked out the back door, we're good.
So, before that, the rest of the group, you guys had, hold on. Okay, so you guys had walked up towards and kind of cut straight to the what's it called? I'm blanking. Graveyard. Cemetery. Yeah, that. Oh my gosh, dear lord.
Thing where dead people are.
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
House of the Dead.
The corpse party.
Necropolis.
Okay. Necropolis. So as you guys approach, a crooked wrought iron archway stands at the entrance to this graveyard, which is overgrown, much like the rest of the village. Headstones sit at odd angles. Some are toppled completely, and small cairns, rather than inscribed headstones, mark the graves towards the back. You guys push in.
Will bravely, except for Skits, go forward.
Will Skits not go forward, or just not very bravely go forward?
Okay. He will go forward, but not bravely.
I don't know if Skits is going to feel this, but Surin looks very intensely into his back.
It does not have
Lewis,
psychic
right?
vision, so he does not feel it.
His name was Lewis, right?
Who?
Hi.
The bar.
No, he asked for you to visit Lorna's grave.
No, I was gonna ask if
His
he
name,
did he
Lewis.
tell. Yeah, because I was gonna ask, did he tell us his wife's name?
Yeah, he did. He said Lorna.
Okay.
He
I'm
mentioned
gonna go
it very quickly. So, okay, so you're looking specifically for Lorna. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Are the rest of you guys just poking around? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're
I'm
looking
gonna help look for the.
Sorry, go on.
Salvin, go.
Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna go wherever Gallagher goes. Wherever he goes.
Okay.
He's relaxed.
So go ahead and roll with advantage, Artsy. Piper,
Okay.
what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying that, like, she would be looking specifically for the gravestone, too.
Oh, okay. So
15.
Okay. So you gave him
you'll get
advantage. Sarin,
Super advantage.
Sarin, are you doing anything other than eyeballs on Skits?
Not necessarily, because I feel like with the druid and Piper, they could probably find it very easily. And plus I only have one eye. Don't forget.
True. Okay. So you guys are kind of looking around, and as you look through the gravestones, you notice that the ones at the front seems to be later dates than marked of the disaster. And then the Karens, are they pronounced Karens? Like the essentially the big multi-person gravestones. They bear the same.
Karens?
Yeah, that. They bear the same death date as the mine collapse, which most of you remember by now. Lorna's grave is in a section in the back, a few hedgestones away from the cairns. It's tilted, but it is stable, and it reads Lorna Grosvenor, beloved of Lucas, forever my heart.
Oh.
Cool. I am gonna scatter some of the seeds there, but I am gonna scatter the rest the rest were probably scattered as he was walking.
Okay.
I'm going to use a 3rd level spell slot on plant growth.
All right. So
Burn it.
do you have a specific flavor that you wish to add to this, or would you like me to?
Chocolate.
It's not what I mean, Lewis!
I'm more of a strawberry person myself.
Fair.
Gallagher is going to widen his stance a bit, put both of his hands on his staff, close his eyes, just raise it up, and his staff has little green feathers on it. They're just gonna glow a bit and lift, and so is his beard, and he's just gonna slam the staff onto the ground as everything around him grows.
So this whole graveyard, especially the path leading up to where Gallagher stands, erupts in this bright green vines that creep up and bring life to the graveyard. Flowers growing in bright colors that pop throughout, and it's a very beautiful sight, as the druid is in their natural habitat. Flowers specifically growing and covering Lorna's grave in a splattering array of colorful peonies. And Gallagher, and actually all who are kind of standing there, you feel just like a very soft breeze that almost clears away the mist a little bit, and just a soft, contented sigh on the wind, and the smell of peonies.
Piper just like looks around and is like, oh, it's so pretty, oh my goodness, I love you, and kind of like tries to give him a hug.
Oh, he's absolutely accepting it.
Yes.
He's a friendly old man.
And she takes a breath and stretches and is like, oh, it's starting to feel better. Still spooky, but starting to feel better.
That was pretty impressive. You do that often?
Just a text bubble above his head. Occasionally.
Seren, as this is happening, you hear the contented sigh on the wind, and then in the back of your head, you almost feel like this pressure, and then just a bunch of whispers that grow darker and darker and echo through your sound and your senses until you can't hear anything but the whispers, and then they disappear. No noticeable source.
So, guys, should we like collapse the mine
Just
and to be safe?
It's already collapsed.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why all these people are dead. I'm not saying that in character.
You were told to figure out what happened and to, if anything, clear out the mine.
I believe at the moment we have a second minor objective, Gallagher. If you would please lead us the way to the tree.
About this time, Gloom and Roth would be catching up with you guys.
Okay.
As the rest of this town and village looks so terrible, and the graveyard is the liveliest looking place
Oh, it's
now.
so lively. It's absolutely so lively.
It's honestly, the thing that popped into my head was like in movies, animated movies mostly, but also some live action, where people run through a field of grass and it's like neck high.
Yeah, I can be close to that.
Just idyllically, like, skipping through the field.
Oh no, me and Piper and Skits are just completely buried in grass.
Yeah,
We're just like non-existent.
Okay.
It's like the grass is like 5 feet tall.
Hey, I can help out. I pick up all three of the little ones and put them on my shoulders.
Aww. Okay.
Wait, it's 5 feet tall. It's taller than me. Ow.
Yeah, so before before he picks anybody up, so Gloom and me
You walk up
will
on
come
this
along,
very...
just see this like wall of grass.
Yep, pretty much.
And then just Suren's head just sticking up over it, just like.
Pretty much.
Oh.
Honestly, I'm gonna make it a little more easy to navigate for everyone who's short. A wall of grass, except for the path where the flowers were.
Okay. So the path, the path kind of leading like out here is fine.
Yeah. But
so
everything else is just buried.
if the grass is so tall, does that mean nobody's looking at Gallagher?
I mean,
Uh-oh.
so we'll say that because you guys are standing in the flower path, I'll give you that. You're standing on the flower path. You can all see each other as soon as Roth and Gloom come around the corner.
Well,
So just for clarity, since there's this path, we're not being picked up, right?
I mean, they're for stands if you want.
Pick them up. Pick them up.
I believe we still have amulet or necklace to obtain.
So as you guys walk out of the graveyard, now that you're kind of looking around, your senses open a little bit more, you do notice that along this northwest path that there seems to be a sort of cart that looks a little bit deserted, as well as you could go turn right and head back down towards the tree. Where would you guys like to go?
Cart.
Car.
I guess we're going to the cart.
Somebody was on their way somewhere with something, presumably, so we should look into what that was.
So
The tree will stay there.
yes,
Zari,
yes.
when we get to the cart, can I make a specific roll?
Sure. So the roll heading northwest out of the village is very overcome by overgrowth and disuse. So we're not talking like the ruts that were kind of left behind that were overgrown that led into the village. We're talking like you can barely tell there's a path at all. Not too far past the graveyard, a cart stands abandoned in the middle of the road that is covered with a heavy tarp. As you guys approach, you can kind of see off to the side a little bit that there appears to be the leather straps of the tether laying down in the grass, and as you come upon it, you see the bones of a horse. Still tethered.
Horsey.
Aww.
Is anybody poking around?
Can I poke the bones?
Okay, so I will let those who would like to, who would take it upon themselves to walk up and investigate. You can either choose to make a survival check to look at, like, you know, the growth and the bones and so on and so forth, or if you're investigating kind of like what's in the cart, that's an investigation check. So I will let you choose.
I want to see what's in the cart more. I think I'll investigate.
Investigation.
Investigation?
Kind of mostly wants to look around and see what happened, rather than looking in the cart itself.
I have
That's
a
survival.
blast.
That's
Yeah.
survival.
Zari, I would like to investigate the cart myself, but I would like to do my investigation.
Okay. I don't remember
You know,
what we talked about roll-wise, what that would be.
Alright, Kofi,
It's a sniff roll.
It's a sniff roll?
Yeah.
What
Loxodons get advantage when they sniff investigation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then go for it. Okay, so
No,
Selden
that was a
got a
bane.
6. Skits, you were investigating the cart. You got a why do you have advantage? Candle.
Because my item gives me advantage.
What item did you pick?
I took, I got it. Give me a second.
I'm just intrigued.
Eyes of Minute Seeing.
All right. Okay, so you got a 23.
Still a D4 for the Bane, right?
Yes.
Still a D4.
But I got a nat 20. So.
Nice.
I got a whole 5.
Okay, so
Still 20.
okay, hold on. Let me look to see.
Gallagher's more
What's
focused
going-
on the horse.
So, Gallagher, if you're
Oh.
focused on the horse, you can roll survival.
Oh no, that's not why he's focused on the horse. I'm gonna wait until the investigation's over.
Okay. So, Skits and Roth, you guys, okay.
Oh yeah. Is there some way I could have succeeded more than 18?
No.
Okay, because I have extra dice I can roll in case I fail, quote unquote.
Okay, so Skits and Roth, as you guys are poking around, you open the tarp and you see that there's boxes and barrels and trunk. Most of them are empty and broken, but the few that remain carry salted dry meats that are appear to maybe be edible, some common fabric, a couple casks of wine, as well as you notice that the driver's seat lifts up and reveals a compartment. And inside the compartment is a pouch that has about 15 gold pieces and a ledger that lists sales kind of in the settlements around the area from about 10 years ago.
10 years?
10 years ago.
Ooh.
What's the last settlement that there was transactions made on the ledger?
Zari didn't name it, but a settlement that seems to be to the you would remember is to the northwest.
Ah, yes. Not plot relevanceville. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I
we'll
see.
take the gold and give 2 gold to everyone.
Because I sniffed, do I know if any of the food is still...
So, Sarin, I was gonna give you a little bit more. So you sniff around and you know that the food is like, yeah, you could eat it if you really wanted to. Would be great, but yeah, it's still good. As well as kind of knowing that the remnants of the scent of a human, and you can almost, even though it's so far gone, smell the fear that was left here.
Wait, is anyone watching me?
I don't know. Is anybody watching Sarin?
I mean, they're around, right?
Well, yeah, but around could be like at the sides or at the front. I was thinking like I was at the back.
Constantly every second? No, I don't think anybody's like dedicating their life to just staring at Sarin the entire time.
Yeah, I could say it would
how
be pretty
bad.
easy if you want to kind of like duck out of the way to do something.
Well, no, I mean like because the dream.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Yeah. So I basically just call out saying, food is edible if you're really hungry. Won't be the nicest.
Wait. It's edible still?
It's dry. Dried food can last like
And-
15 years at times if
And
it's dried
still
enough.
it hasn't been eaten by
Yes.
anything.
That,
Looks at the forest and just like, the fuck? Why has nothing come here?
I'm not a big wine person, but I imagine the wine is still good too.
Yes, the wine is still good too.
I mean, depends on how it's stored, but
The wine's in bottles, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But the more unnerving thing is the
yes.
genuine smell of actual fear. If I don't know how to explain it, but it's definitely faint, but it's still here in a way.
Okay, so
Perspiration should have evaporated at this point.
Maybe it's settled in the wood.
So as this is happening, Gloom and Piper, you guys are poking around. Piper, you kind of notice that you're poking more around the wheels in the cart as well as the horse's carcass. But the growth around this I'm sorry, did I say 10 years?
Yeah.
Yes.
I meant 2 years. I apologize. I read the wrong thing completely. It's been about 2 years.
Well, that changes everything.
Not
And...
really. Not really. Okay, but you notice that the growth around the wheels and the decay of the horse's carcass suggests that it's been there for about 2 years. So, Gloom, you notice this, but you also notice that there's a couple of empty containers that are on the outside of the cart, and you investigate a little bit more and notice scratches and tooth marks that seem to be of animal origin of these empty crates.
Oh.
Okay.
And that is the information that you guys get.
So something tried to gnaw at the crates, but left the food?
Wait, really? I mean, it looks like these have been here a while, but...
I mean, it's full of dried meat. Nothing seems to have touched it. Probably not even a bug.
All I know
But-
is we have a new friend.
But the boxes are scratched and gnawed at?
Yes.
This does not add up.
Gallagher, what were you gonna do?
I was gonna unattach the horse corpse, the horse bones.
Okay. Easy enough. The leather is pretty decayed. It's been a couple years. It's super easy to detach.
Then I'm gonna animate dead.
All right.
Okay.
Horse friend.
Okay.
Burn through them spell slots.
You know what? That's
Okay, so-
fine. I'm here for this.
I mean, we did talk about this.
Yep.
Horse friend.
Easy enough. How long does that take?
Hold up. It takes a minute to cast, and it's just instant.
Okay, so as the rest of the group is investigating, poking around, having these conversations, you cut the horse free and spend some time over there. And the horse kind of shakes as it rights itself and unfolds up and makes like a whinnying kind of... Yeah, there's a noise that happens. Little bits of, like, dried muscle on its bones and scraps of hair hanging down as it kind of butts its head against you.
Oh, sorry, I'm a spores druid. It's covered in mushrooms.
Yes! Oh, and
Mushroom horse.
mushrooms
Mushroom
begin
horse.
to grow up above it. That is absolutely beautiful. I love it. Little bits of moss kind of come up from the ground all around it as they wrap around.
Oh no, you said moss. Cece's coming.
Oh, no.
Moss.
Horsey,
Moss.
horsey, mushroom.
Okay, is there a skeleton to horse thing?
Probably.
Okay, Artsy, that's your homework. Find a skeleton horse thing. If you want it to fight with you, you can, but you're in charge of it.
So does a skeleton horse count as an undead animal in a way?
Yep.
What kind of
Yep.
horse was this?
I don't care. You pick.
Well, the only one that actually popped up immediately was Warhorse skeleton.
Sure, that works. What challenge
Yeah,
rating is
goodness.
that? So it doesn't break
Big
my
boy.
shit?
1/2.
Okay, I accept that. I accept this.
Alright, so Ben's gonna look whenever he hears like the whinnying noises, be like, "It's alive. Can I cast Speak with Animals on it?"
It's not an animal. You would know
I
this.
just asked. I asked if it was an undead animal, and you said no.
It's undead. It's
Fine.
considered undead. It's not considered a beast.
He doesn't love me. Fine.
Piper looks up when she hears the whinnying and goes, "Oh my goodness!" And she goes up to it and then just like starts petting it. "Oh my gosh, you're gross, but you're pretty. But you're gross. Can I take some of these mushrooms? Will you mind?"
And be careful while grabbing some of the mushrooms. Looks like it's the only thing keeping that poor thing together.
Fair.
Just a speech bubble in front of you guys of it's kept alive by magic. Mushrooms are aesthetic.
So Cern just hears, and these are the people we need help from, I guess.
Just snark in your head.
Yeah.
I've been around you long enough. I probably know what this
Yeah.
is. Yes, this is companions, but they're charming in their own cryptid way.
Let's just try to make sure we all get back intact.
As you guys are saying this, you kind of like catch a little bit glimpse of a shadow across the ground, and the three of you who are a little bit more distracted by the super cute horse don't quite notice this immediately until you might hear reactions from those behind you. But those behind you, you begin to see the darkness of the shadows that start to of your shadows that start to stretch out almost abnormally. Your fingers begin dripping and reaching, and they look like elongated creatures that extend half your size, twice your size, and look as though they're trying to reach up from the ground to get you.
Psychic knife.
Okay, so you throw a psychic knife at the ground. It dissipates in a burst of energy, which probably causes the rest of you to look down at what the fuck is going on and begin to notice this.
Did it have any other effect than just disappearing?
No. And after a moment,
interesting.
after you all look at it, after a moment, it seems to go away. and your shadows return to normal as a cloud passes over the sun.
Everybody saw that, right?
What was that? What was that? What was that? What was that?
Bastard.
People keep making fun of me of being scared of my own shadow, but you saw it. It's scary.
It seems
I
like
don't blame you anymore, my dude. I'm scared of mine too.
Look, let's all keep an eye on it. And for now, any of you who are spellcasters that know what sort of magic could cause this?
Can you roll Arcana?
Yeah.
Can I roll an Arcana?
For those who want to, who are proficient in Arcana, you have to be proficient. Go ahead and roll Arcana. Bards are allowed to because they're half proficient.
Yes.
Wait, is that?
Yeah. Wait, what are we
Wait,
rolling?
no.
Nope, never mind. Plus, I have to take a D4 off.
Arcana. And then I got a D4 on.
That's a 6.
So, does 15 make it?
Alright, so I got
So,
a flat 20.
A 15, a 16,
Oh, there's
a
Skits,
20.
nice.
Oh my god, Skits, what the fuck?
I don't have proficiency, so
Well, you're a bard.
Wait,
or
what?
no, you're not you can't roll then. Oh,
I'm a druid.
Yeah, you're a druid. I was trying to figure out. Okay, so
I am a nature boy.
Right.
Seren, you have no clue. Roth, Piper, and Salvin, you recognize like that different demonic things that touch like the material plane, or different magics that can kind of do that, or things that can touch the ethereal plane can cause stuff to not appear as they are, as well as different illusion magics. So there's quite a few options for what this could be. You're not quite positive. It could also just be the echoes of spirits and the torture of undead that are left here. Skits, however, with a 25, you get the sense that there's more at play. That there might be something that's attempting to scare you. That's attempting to leak fear into your brain through various magical properties that, yeah, there's a lot of things it could be, but with what's going on, especially knowing about disappearances and the way that people were separated, that this could be a way that whatever separated and took people back in the day is attempting to do the same thing to you now.
I will say to everyone, I think it's trying to scare us, and it's succeeding.
All that info, like obviously excluding whatever was extra to Skits, but like all that info you just said, you kind of hear Piper just like mumble rambling it back to everybody else there. It's like, well, I mean, it could be this. I mean, it could be this. I mean, there's different things that it could be. I don't know which one. And she's just kind of like panic rambling.
And then Skits chimes in with, it seems to be trying to separate us.
So,
Just
stay together and investigate more.
a shoulder pat for Piper.
She takes a breath and then recollects herself and goes, "Oh, thank you. You're great." And then she just kind of like reiterates, quick summary, just like, "Okay, let's just stay together, and it's gonna be okay."
Yes,
All right.
stay together.
About this time, you guys have been here for about an hour. It's like about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Just keeping track of time because I said I would do so for Roth.
Okay, thank you.
It's about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It's still overcast, other than the little brief burst of sunlight that caused the shadows. All right, so you guys have investigated the cart. Where are you heading?
Tree.
Okay. So
Gallagher's gonna climb his new large friend.
Seren, you now have a Gallagher on top of your shoulder.
No, the horse.
Oh, the horse! Okay, you are riding this skeletal war horse.
Yes.
Okay. So, is everybody approaching the tree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're separating.
I
Like,
figured
everyone pick
I'd
a direction to
ask.
go.
Split the party.
I figured I'd
Like-
ask.
Zara, you don't even have to try and split us.
I've learned my lesson about splitting parties before. I ain't doing that.
Okay.
Not on purpose.
So as you guys approach the tree, hold on. I think I actually have a little. I do. So
Oh,
as you guys approach the tree, it's in front of this house, and hold on one second. So you see this grand 2-story brick house that seems to have fallen prey to the time and elements like the rest of the village, but it seems to be in better shape than the smaller houses. Heavy wooden double doors are flanked by dark windows, and chimneys anchor the building at each corner, their masonry crumbling. In front of the house looms this wide leafless tree. Its gnarled branches reach towards the clouds like twisted fingers, and its rough bark pock-marketed with large knots and beetle holes. Who is specifically looking for the necklace?
Gallagher.
Okay. So you walk up and poke around, and it's actually really, really easy to find. I'm not even going to make you roll for it, because you knew that it was there. But you see a hollow about 5 feet off the ground, especially from your view on the horse, that seems to be filled with dead leaves and empty nutshells. And inside, you find a delicate necklace, a thumb-sized platinum oval pendant that is threaded on a thin chain, inscribed with "For Lorna, Forever" in a very careful script. And you have retrieved the necklace.
Yee.
All right.
Guys, it's getting pretty late. I think we should go clear the mine before it gets dark.
We have a week to work
Actually,
with.
also,
Well, a few days.
if we are to go into the mine, it matters very little if it's light outside or not, doesn't it?
Yes.
Can we just do a check on how we're feeling? You know, like if we're tired, you know, 'cause maybe we could use a break and maybe camp for a bit if we have time.
It's like 2 p.m. in the afternoon, guys. You had lunch
it's-
like 2 hours ago.
Oh,
It's early.
but
Sylvan's still tired.
we have just arrived, so I suppose we could set up some sort of base camp if we are staying here for a few days,
Well,
in and around the village.
well, we have a perfectly, well, not perfectly, but suitable home base right here. And I point to the giant big ass house.
Yes, we go into the scary haunted house and set up our camp there. That's great. Love it. Let's go.
Do you need some of that wine back there?
Yes.
Hold on. Okay, let's go get some wine. I can use a drink too.
Gallagher's
Okay.
gonna get off the horse, hand Piper a mushroom and a shoulder pat.
Just a
Also,
mushroom.
I would actually advise against the larger house. Perhaps the smaller single-room building of the stonemason would be better. To not split us up, you know?
Fair, but is that more defensible?
Kind of shrugs. I am not sure if outside threats is the largest concern at the moment.
You may be right. I'll trust your judgment.
Thank you.
I'm going to remind you that you guys have not. There was another house that seemed to be intact here that you guys have not explored yet.
True.
No.
Oh, I didn't know that. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone hold hands and walk to the building.
Did they go to 1 or 2?
You guys went to 2.
Okay.
You did not go to 1 yet. So are you heading to
Yeah.
1 first?
I believe the cart for wine and then to one, yes.
Okay, so you go to the cart. As you guys are walking there to kind of pick up wine, Roth, you're trailing behind a little bit, keeping an eyeball on everyone, and just out of the corner of your eye, you see your shadow begin to elongate again, dripping in the long form, looking like it's reaching up and lashing up at you. Only yours.
Okay, so I'm gonna do something incredibly stupid.
Okay.
I would like to mentally connect with my shadow.
Okay. I'm going to have you roll. What do your abilities use? Wisdom or intelligence? Do you know?
What is he?
Oh, wait, my psychic abilities?
Yeah.
No.
What do they use?
No, they don't.
They-
None of them actually use any mental stat.
Okay,
what are you?
let's do...
Generally, its limits is dependent on my proficiency, and I get a die similar to the Bardic Inspiration die.
Okay, what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you roll just a straight intelligence check.
Yes.
Is that
Damn
a nat
it.
1?
That's not one.
Okay.
Yes.
So you attempt to connect your telepathic abilities with your shadow, kind of stopping in your tracks for a moment, a couple paces behind the group, who doesn't seem to notice you stop. And as you do, you get the sense that this shouldn't work. It should absolutely not work. But you feel some sort of connection, and in your head, you begin to... God damn it! You distracted me from my description! Oh my god, I hate everything. Okay, and as you begin to connect, you feel just like whispers in your head as they begin to get louder and louder and louder and louder, and you begin to hear voices that speak in a language that you recognize as infernal and abyssal. And and see visions of your worst fears.
Thanks, I hate it.
And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Let's see, saving throw this time, not just straight check.
Mhm.
Okay. 13.
Okay, I just realized I have absolutely no dice out. What is wrong with me?
Mm.
You didn't bring dice to D&D, don't
I
you?
didn't. Okay, so you take 6 points of psychic damage and kind of fall to your knees as this racks your brain, and you guys kind of hear a little bit of a thud behind you as you turn around and see Roth holding his head, a little bit of blood dripping out of his nose.
Roth! And she just like runs over and like kneels beside him. Are you okay?
Wait. I did something that were perhaps unwise. And like the effect is over, right?
Yes, the effect is over.
Yeah.
And your shadow has returned to normal.
No permanent damage, I hope, wipes blood away from nose.
Okay.
I might have overreached a bit.
What did you do?
Oh,
Are you picking your nose and you reach too far?
Oh my god, I love skits.
I like look at the blood on my hand. It's like, no, I squints at it. No, I tried to connect to the shadow. Didn't work out.
Huh, I wonder why. Okay, we are going to lay some rules here. So, whenever we learn something new about these goop thingies, we're going to immediately tell the other person. Or tell someone in the party.
So there were whispers in Infernal and Abyssal, I think. I at least know Abyssal. So I could pick out some words, but nothing was really coherent.
That might narrow things down, maybe? I don't know.
Though, if there was also infernal, then I believe. Wait, let me just. I believe that infernal and abyssal creatures generally don't get along. I've read somewhere.
That's confusing.
Could be exceptions, of course. I do not know.
Well, don't do that again.
Right? Will not repeat.
She just like awkwardly kind of pats him.
Thank you for your concern, though.
Okay, I'm gonna move things along because we're getting
Yeah.
pretty late
Yeah.
and you got a lot to do still. So
Yeah.
you guys grab your wine and you make your way down to the building down here that you have not explored. And it seems to be a shop with a sign featuring a wand crossed with a blacksmith hammer hanging crookedly. Who's entering first?
I will.
Okay, and who's behind him?
Follow short behind.
Okay, so Gloom, as you open the door, the sign falls to the ground right behind you, narrowly bopping you on the head. And Roth, will you roll a dexterity saving throw? Then I'm sure as a rogue, you're fine.
Well.
Okay,
That's
you barely
actually
made
not
it.
Yeah.
But the sign falls in front of you, and you barely jump out of the way as it, like, almost smacks Gloom in the back of the head as it falls on the ground. And seemingly with the opening of things, you see a thick layer of dust that covers the interior of the building. A forge sits dormant in the far corner, a blacksmith's anvil and empty quenching trough beside it. On the opposite side of the room are two workbenches that have stools. Rotting books and regular equipment litter the place, seeming that whoever owned this shop left in a hurry, taking what they could carry, but nothing else. For those who want to fan out and poke around, this building seems to be the only building that's, like, almost fully standing, other than the mansion.
I'll start sniffing around, like, the area outside, inside, everywhere.
Okay, go for it. Roll your investigation check.
Doing a sniff roll.
So, who is on, like, keeping track of people duty?
So,
I mean-
21, 19.
19. Okay. Are you
Yep.
said you're sniffing around outside specifically?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Well, everywhere, really, but I'll start outside.
Yeah, so is anybody else outside at this moment?
Skits would be outside.
Okay. So Skits and Seren are kind of being buddies. Okay, anybody who's poking around inside, go for it. Go ahead and roll.
I'll poke around inside.
I would like
Investigate.
to.
Yeah, or if,
Wherever
or
goes
if one
to the-
person wants to roll with
Vince right now.
advantage, that's fine too.
I'll give someone advantage.
Does skits normally have advantage, or?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll take the advantage.
I think Skid stayed outside
Yes,
anyways.
Skits stayed outside.
Oh, right, yes. So you keep track there, so yes. Let me just roll here then.
So, who's inside right
Advantage. Sorry, I did not
Bloom,
put that.
Roth,
How do
Roll
you do
again.
that?
Just roll again.
Okay,
Bloom, Roth, Gallagher
cool.
inside for
I'm just
sure.
gonna tell you, you guys are good. You found everything. You can stop
Oh,
rolling.
okay.
So, outside, Seren and Skits, you guys, as you're poking around, Seren's smelling a little bit more, Skits kind of poking around by the ground. You notice that this house was more than likely, as you realize was a blacksmith, was probably built to withstand, especially with having the smithery inside. You're not picking up on a ton of stuff. There is like a scent of lingering fear and scariness from, you know, what you can kind of sense on the wind. It seems to be very long left behind, Seren. And as you guys are doing this, Skits and Seren, both of you, hear this terrifying shriek. Kind of coming from your north or southwest area that racks the air.
Well, immediately I'm putting Skits behind my back.
Gaskets is hiding him behind his back, for sure.
Okay. Doesn't seem like you don't see anything up here.
I'm just holding out my the skull that I use for my arcane focus just in case something appears.
Okay.
Just standing on watch.
All right. You stand for for like a moment. Nothing that you can see.
Is it frustrating when nobody says I walk over to investigate?
Not necessarily. There's a lot of different ways this thing could go, like seriously.
Yeah.
I'm happy either way, honestly. Okay. So the rest of you, as you guys are poking around inside, Roth, with the help of everybody else, you realize pretty simply that there's a false panel in the corner of the floor. You find a steel shield with platinum and in the shape of winding serpents, 2 matching short swords, as well as, or with similar serpent motifs, as well as iron bars that weigh about 10 pounds.
Iron bars?
Yep.
Oh, as in just the material.
Yeah,
used
like
for it.
straight up iron bars.
Right, okay.
Not an iron bow staff.
If you choose to keep them, you could sell them for later. It's not going to matter much because it's one shot.
Right. Sure. Let's do that.
Okay. You do also notice that there is a thin platinum ring that is sitting in the dust under a workbench where it seemed to have fallen and was forgotten.
Pick it up.
Gallagher
Picking
wanted
it up. Oh, okay. You can pick that up then.
that. Gallagher gets a ring.
Okay. Are you putting it on?
Oh no.
Okay.
Also, did you say? Because I know you mentioned the smith and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Are they alive?
Are they alive?
Yes, because you mentioned the mayor and the smith.
If they are alive, they certainly are not living here anymore.
No, I don't mean here. I mean, like, were they?
We
in
talked to the
town?
barkeep and stuff.
Oh.
Do we know if
They
they
were not in
left
town.
or if they died here?
They left.
Okay.
They chose to leave.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. But he is keeping it.
Okay. Alright, anything that you guys wish to do? Are you setting down home base here?
Yeah, I mean, we have looked around, not found anything. Well, we found things, but nothing dangerous
Yet.
that we know of.
Yeah. That. Surin's just gonna have that. Oh,
I killed Nathan.
Oh my goodness.
gone.
Okay, sorry. Surin, carry on.
Surin's just gonna have that thought of that rustling in the tree lines, like you said.
Mhm.
Did you say?
No, a terrifying female, like, loud shriek.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Could we get an example?
No, I'm not ear
Okay.
raping all of you. You're welcome.
And because even though she has lack adventuring quote unquote skills, she wants everything to make sure safety first. So she's going to instruct Skits to knock Gennaro on fire if anything pops out, and slowly make her way over there, making sure he's keeping his eye on her.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so you two are investigating?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they the only ones that hear the shriek, or do we
They-
hear it inside?
No, you guys did not hear it, and they didn't say anything, so they are
They
investigating.
sure didn't notify anybody about it. Sure.
They did not.
Well,
Bye.
too late now, I guess.
It's up to you if you guys would notice if they were gone for much longer.
Yeah.
Well, bye guys. It's nice knowing you.
Gallagher probably would have went out to look.
Okay.
I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use my keen sense, my smell.
Okay.
Sniff
Go ahead and roll your check for that.
Sniff, sniff.
Sniff, sniff.
Okay.
That's 17. Take
So
D4
with investigation,
13.
this means that you need to get close because you're investigating. Okay.
Right?
So, as you two kind of approach, Skits, are you like sticking with Seren?
Yes, but about like 20 feet behind.
Oh, okay. And you're keeping an eye?
Yep.
Okay. Seren, you kind of go to investigate, and you don't see anything. You're poking around. You go to where the sound was, and you're not quite seeing much. Skits, however, you see out of the corner of your eye, kind of on the building down here, as Seren's kind of here-ish and you're a little bit behind, you see out of the corner of your eye on the building right here, a gigantic spider that turns its eyes towards you, and it's like little mandibles beginning to clack at you as it starts to skitter off towards you. What are you doing?
So it's gonna rush to its elephant friend. Spider, kill it!
Huh? Just looking behind me from this. What?
Okay. So as you turn around, and Skits, you close your eyes as you hide behind, but Seren, you turn around, there's nothing there.
Little friend, I know I said I'll take care of any spiders when you see them, but I don't know if you noticed, but there's nothing there. Maybe if you saw a tiny one and you got startled, but it's only going to be a tiny one, nothing to be that terrified about.
Oh, it was huge. It was like 60 feet tall.
I'm sure if there was a giant spider that big, our other friends would have seen it too.
They were inside.
Well, either way, listen, we can keep an eye out as we walk back, but there don't seem to be anything here now. Let's just go back. Come on, lead the way.
Okay. And then Skits is going to back inside the safety of his allies.
Okay, so Gallagher, at this point, you poke your head out and you see both of them pretty far off. Pretty far off. So, as they kind of start walking back up towards, and don't seem to pick up on much else. I'll give you both kind of Seren and Skits a perception check if you would like.
Okay.
It depends if if you would like, because I know Skits might be like hiding.
Skits is hiding and he would have disadvantage on those anyways.
Okay, so Seren, if you would like to make a perception check, kind of looking around for spiders.
Yeah, I'll make this one just with my regular sight, so that'll just be a normal roll, or do you want me... How do you want me to do this?
Just do a regular perception check.
Alright.
Remember the Bane.
Yes, I know the Bane. I've got like 6 left.
Yeah.
That's a 9.
I think
Not
you're
when
a
you
little bit now.
You don't seem to notice anything. As you guys make your way back to the rest of the group and walk into the house.
You got about 4 Banes left. I think.
Alright. What do you guys wish to do?
I'm gonna tell Gallagher that we keep hearing sounds. Well, obviously things that I've learned from the screaming and stuff and the investigation. That we've heard sounds and Git's got very freaked out about something that wasn't there.
If something like that happens, please tell the rest of us.
We thought I generally thought you would have heard it. It was
No.
deafening almost.
Yes, well, it's not always real in this place. So you can never quite be sure. Please be inform me in the future.
Right.
You know how. And this happened with Gloom earlier too, when we were investigating the other house of the stonemason. It is I do not know why it happens. It's a mystery so far.
Let's
set up camp and get to the mine, I suppose.
Yes, we
Right.
do need to fulfill that end of the contract.
Okay. So you guys are, it is about 2:30 in the afternoon. Are you taking a long rest? Are you like chilling and resting here for the night, or are you going to the mine right away?
Short rest?
Short rest and heading to the mine?
Yeah.
Take a short rest.
Yeah.
All right.
Just while everybody sets some stuff up.
So as we're taking a short rest, we're going to take about a 5-minute break quickly, just to let you guys do your short rest thing, and I owe somebody a shot.
Nice.
I know, great. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys. Alrighty.
Grapes.
And we are back, and just for the D&D occasion, I grabbed my charisma shot glass. So, you ready, Badger? There you go. That's all everybody gets because I'm drinking NyQuil.
Fair.
Take a shot of NyQuil.
No, not right now. We've already had too much NyQuil. I'm not reacting to that certain costume. I'm not giving you what you want, Z. All right. So, as you guys are kind of gathering around in this little house, you take your short rest. You spend some time working on things. Is there any conversation or anything that you guys specifically wish to do?
Well, after the short rest, I'm gonna contact another one of my spirits. So, burning a bardic inspiration again.
Okay. It would be a whole new one, because...
Yeah, it is a whole new one. It can only hold one at a time. So, the 8... a 3, and that is of... the beloved friend. Okay. So, again, I'm putting the skull with the candles on top in front of me, doing my little ritual, and this time the flames turn a very vibrant purple as they jump from the candle again and make a new spirit of someone that was very close to my family. He is a simple elf, and he was sadly he died of old age, but he lived out of a sad life of not fully fulfilling what he wanted, and he wanted all this adventure that I'm having at the minute, and is very talkative about what I'm doing. And now, as a bonus, as an action, I can target 2 creatures, and they within 5. Wait. The target creature and another creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet gain temporary hit points equal to the bardic roll plus charisma modifier.
Awesome.
So,
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know who I'll give that to, so anyone who just wants to offer.
I mean,
Or can you pick,
doesn't
like,
want
in
it?
battle and stuff?
Well, yeah, I can use it whenever I want.
Oh, okay. Then just hold on to it for now.
Yeah.
Okay. So...
Wait, how long do the temporary hit points last?
Just indefinitely until they're gone or be replaced.
Oh, okay.
Gallagher, are you attempting to attune to the ring you found?
No.
Okay. Just holding on to it?
Good.
Yes.
Good. Never trust magic rings.
Especially
Oh
in
no,
this
that
campaign.
that ring is that ring's got other plans.
Totally.
It has
Sure.
other
Okay.
plans.
Sorry, I have other plans for the ring.
Okay. All right. Intrigued.
Both can be true.
Too much.
Okay.
It's
So,
more for an after one shot
Right.
plans.
as you guys take your short rest, and you kind of are gathering everybody around, you watched, Seren, you specifically watched Skits, like, kind of settle into a hiding spot behind you, but when you look around behind you as you're, like, kind of gathering everyone, he seems to be gone.
As Seren is just panicking, immediately starting pouring out the hiding place, trying to look for him.
Go ahead and roll investigation check. And you can use your nose.
Yeah, I'll use my nose. Get it deep in there.
Howard in here.
Sniff.
Oh,
And-
rip.
Sneeze.
Wait, I have to take off a D4.
It doesn't matter, boy. You're
No, but
old.
he's now used up another D4.
Okay.
Eventually he
Getting
will get
those
to roll
veins
it
out of the way.
Yep.
3
Okay.
more to go.
So you begin looking around,
You're
and
almost
in
there.
your frantic senses, all you can smell is fear. All you can smell is this just intangible fear. And it terrifies you so much that you begin to fear yourself. And you have absolutely no clue. And you begin to start panicking a little bit.
So it's outwardly obvious that he's panicking?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, she.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Her. She, her.
Yeah. It's very obvious. Trunk curled up like she normally does, but if you could see like a white elephant, you have seen Serin now.
Mm-hmm. Full panic.
So Piper probably would go up to her and goes, "Hey, what's wrong? What's going on?"
Skit was just hiding out here while he calmed down because he thought he saw a giant spider, and there is a very potent and fresh smell of fear, and now he's gone completely.
Oh.
No. And she kind of grabs Amber and is like, can you quick flyby, please?
Okay.
Just see if maybe she can see anything outside.
Go ahead. You're shooing Amber out a window. Go ahead and roll a perception check for Amber.
How would I do that specifically?
Do you have... Is it like a bird familiar?
It's the...
homunculus.
That.
Does the homunculus have its own stats?
Yeah.
Yes, I have it open.
Okay, go ahead and just roll... if it doesn't have a specific perception check, just roll wisdom.
I don't see one for perception. I see perception +4, but...
Yeah, so go ahead and roll a d20 +4.
Oh, okay. It just took me a second to see it.
No, you're good.
Okay. It's lagging a lot trying to roll it.
You're fine. Okay, well, that's rolling. Is there anything else that you guys wish to do looking for this? Anybody else who wishes to take action?
Drink some wine.
Take a swig of wine. Just a swig, or are you drinking more?
Also gonna start looking around.
I'm drinking a bit more.
Yeah, I'm gonna help salvage.
Yeah, we need to look for skits.
I didn't want to drop it in the thing, but
it's a 3 + 4. Okay.
Yeah.
So whichever one of you wants to roll, you can either roll perception if you're kind of doing a general look around, or investigation if you're looking for like footprints and stuff. But roll one of those with advantage. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, with advantage?
Well, one of you could each roll separately, or one person with advantage. So Piper.
One person with advantage.
Amber does a flyby and then comes back skittering on your shoulder and does not seem to have found anything. Gloom, you walk outside and you begin to look around. You don't see any indication of skits nearby, but you do, Gloom, feel this immense pressure that begins to weigh down on your chest and make you gasp for air, almost as though if you can't breathe, reminding you a little bit of the dream you had the previous evening. And Selbin, that's an intimidation check. Again.
What?
What?
I can't roll. I got it. There we go.
Okay, so Roth, you don't seem to notice anything other than there's no skits. Nothing nearby, no little blue kobold. Selbin, as you and Gallagher begin to kind of poke around, you see the impression of little kobold footprints that seem to move at like small little paces that get bigger and bigger as though he was running. And then you notice with a 21 just a rake of claws across the grass, and grass clipped, and the footprints stop.
Sorry, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Did my 2 hours run out? Because we did a long rest, right?
Oh, you did a short rest?
So that's
yes.
an hour.
Yes.
Oh, short rest. We did a short rest. So that's
an hour. So your 2 hours have run out. It's been about 2.5 hours.
I will renew it then for another 5. Okay.
Okay.
So same people connected for 5 more hours.
Okay, cool. So, Selbin, you pick up on this, that Skits was probably looking around for something and then began to run. And then there's this almost like a gash of 2 claws, and the short of grass and Skit's footprints stop.
Interesting. I don't like it. So, hey guys.
Yes.
I don't think we're gonna be finding Skits.
Piper's just kind of clutching her stomach.
What makes you think that? We are.
Come over here.
Yes, because everybody else had so much luck in finding people that disappeared around these parts.
Gallagher's just gonna minor illusion and just in front of Piper, just say, "Pay attention to Amber."
Amber?
The bird.
Yeah, why?
Because innocent baby don't need to see this.
Yeah, she kind of just like, Amber's sitting in like her hand, just kind of cups the little mechanical bird, just like, oh.
I'm just still sitting on my ass drinking.
Oh boy.
Yep. So, what's the... Oh.
Oh, I guess if anyone wants to come over, I'm showing like the or not the scratch marks. Let me rephrase it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, yeah, I don't think we're gonna be getting them back.
So is there any blood?
As quickly as possible.
No. With Selbin's investigation, did not find any blood.
Okay, I mean, can I look around the same area then?
Yeah, you can make an investigation check.
Cool. Investigation. Okay, I'm gonna...
Yeah, you don't find much more than what they pointed out.
Okay, so 19?
Yeah, you don't find much more than what they pointed out.
Okay.
So... Can I look around magically?
Wait, there's magic in this setting?
Oh my god. I'm gonna punt you. You don't really... Do you have an ability that's gonna allow you to do that? I'll allow you to make an Arcana check if you would like, but only if you're proficient with it.
Aw, sad.
Yeah. Unless you have, like, a Speak with Plants, or, like, a Detect magic, thank you. I was like, Dispel Magic. Nope.
No, just animals.
Okay, then, no, there's not really much you can do there.
Wait a minute.
Is there any chance I can cast Detect Thoughts to see if, Skits is nearby?
You can only cast Detect Thoughts on people that you can see.
Fair
I'm
enough.
pretty sure.
You can find out.
You'd have to, like, double check, but I'm almost positive, because Zari likes playing characters who have that ability.
You can see within 30 feet of you, yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Serene just basically comes, not stumbling, but you can tell she has a bit of colour to her face now.
Actually, will you roll a Constitution saving throw for me?
Yeah, sure. Wait, I still have 3 of these left.
Yes!
Oh my god!
Yes!
10.
Oh, that sucks because you just made it. So you don't have disadvantage, but you're like slightly tipsy. You're not like sucking at things yet.
Yeah.
That's just a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Especially since you're such a big, creature.
Yeah, I'm big.
Okay.
Yeah, she, bit of colour to her face, comes walking out of the makeshift shelter we have. Bottle of wine in tusk, saying, let's just take the worst and clear out the mine and go home.
Yeah, the quicker we can take care of this, maybe the quicker we can find him and get out of here.
Who knows? Maybe he got brave and went to the mine without us. Maybe we'll find him there, Piper.
Okay, so if you look over towards Rolf, you can see that he looks at you with the utmost obvious disbelief on his face.
Bite me.
What? Okay. So, mine then. Let's...
Okay, so you guys are heading towards the mine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Finally.
So you assume that it's pretty obviously the path towards the northeast, because it's pretty evident, like, there's a little bit more wear and tear, and you kind of saw that the path was blocked and that cart wouldn't have come from the mine. So it's pretty easy to deduce. But you make your way through town, walking past the creepy two-story mansion, and pass through, and as you do, hold on 1 second. Piper, you're kind of like on edge, especially with the disappearance of Skits, and out of the corner of your eye, in between two of the houses, you see movement.
There's a thing. I don't know what it was, but I saw a thing.
You look over there, and all of you turn to where she's pointing. Nothing.
Oh, they're in my head now. And she puts her hands up to her head.
just gonna pat Piper on the shoulder and speech bubble in front of just saying, "It's just illusions, not real."
Wine. Just like the speech bubbles.
You're drinking more?
No, I'm handing.
Oh, okay.
While I would appreciate it, I think I want to stay alert right now. Thank you, though. And she just kind of like wobbles forward.
Yes, perhaps altered states of mind is not advantageous.
I'm just calming my nerves. I'm still perfectly fine. Still sharp as a knife.
Okay.
That's some bullshit, but okay.
So you guys walk for about...
Okay, what?
What?
Hello?
What?
Oh, there's just a ghost on the image, just right there.
Oh, I didn't actually even see that. I did not realize that. That's amazing. Whatever.
I wonder what we're going to encounter.
Sure.
If she picked it without knowing it was there.
Yeah, I did. Okay.
We're going to encounter exponential dread.
Exponential dread.
Wait, existential or exponential?
Yes.
Yes.
Exponential existential dread. Okay, that was a mouthful, and I'm really proud of myself for saying that without fucking it up.
Don't worry,
Good job.
we still have a skeleton horse.
You do. How long does that last?
A day.
So the spell lasts 24 hours, but it doesn't say the horse dies. It just stops obeying me.
Okay.
It
Okay.
becomes mindless undead off if he doesn't recast a spell on it.
Solid.
But he's my friend.
So,
For now.
it's gonna fuck up our shit once the spell ends. That's great!
Oh no,
So
it's I could one tap it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also Galka could also reapply the spell the next day in order to
Exactly.
make it take
Yeah.
control.
Totally could. Okay, so as you guys make your way to the Platinum Mine, you travel for about 5-ish minutes walking until you begin to see a gaping hole in the mountainside that marks the entrance. There's several carts that are outside the cavern. One you see filled with rocks and dirt, the other filled with large beams of wood. You kind of poke around and see that the entrance of the mine is dimly lit from what remains of the light from, the kind of overcast sky, as it's not quite evening yet. You see cartwheels carved in shallow ruts in the dirt floor that lead to the back of the mine where the cave, Okay, cool. Okay, and so, sorry, I'm like reading from a book right now and my brain just short-circuited. So, as, I know, right? As you guys approach, is there anything that you wish to do before you enter?
Light a torch.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, who's carrying torches?
I'll carry it in my trunk.
Is there any of the spellcasters has light as a cantrip?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. What Piper does is she kind of just steps forward, reaches into her bag, and then opens up her hand, and you see these tiny little mechanical fireflies come out of her hand. And they just kind of... how many does dancing lights give?
3.
4.
3.
4?
4.
3?
Oh,
Four.
it's up
It's
up to 4.
Up to 4.
Except the 4 or one big one.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
I mean, Thief should know.
Yeah. I have a thing with dancing lights. Speaking of dancing lights, I also have it.
I don't.
2
yeah,
big
so it's up
dancing
to 4.
lights.
So they kind of 4 little mechanical fireflies just fly up and start glowing different little colors above your heads.
So, yeah. No, because I have other thing, but that can wait.
Okay. So, the mine appears dark and damp, and as you guys start to approach, you hear dripping water that echoes from deep within. As you approach, I need each of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Brilliant.
Come on.
Wyndham save?
Wisdom save.
Wyndham!
Wyndham.
Wyndham.
Oh,
That's a 5.
Oof.
Oh
I have
my
one more
God.
bane. One more bane, then I finally get my
One
3
more.
blessed.
well, we
I
both
must have
got
been missing
5.
your banes, because I see like a list here.
Okay, so...
So you have one more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, one more left.
Okay, the noise and the music just scared me. I seriously just jumped. I hardcore flinched from the music. That's funny. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Round of
Rip.
applause for Zari.
Yep. It's fine. Hold on, we're just taking notes.
I'm not doing well on saves today.
This is absolutely hilarious. Okay. So Piper with a 20, Gloom with a 15, Serin with a 5, Salbin with a 12, Gallagher with a 10, and Roth with a natural 1.
5 total. 5 total.
5 total.
5
A
total.
natural
A
1.
natural 1.
Rip.
I wasn't informed we did crit fails.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. It's funny.
It depends on the DM's mood.
It depends on my
I see.
mood. I am a fickle creature. I do what I want.
My God.
Long story short, don't piss off the DM.
I'm also very
Try not to.
easy to bribe.
Don't
very,
flip
very
the party,
easy
don't
to
piss off the
bribe.
DM.
Yes.
Can I bribe you to let me succeed with something I'm gonna do later?
You gotta bribe me now.
You right.
Yeah. I am.
Well, no, it's something I'm gonna do later, like later in game, but I can tell you now. I rolled a 10. I probably didn't succeed.
No, you did not.
But can I get that bribe?
No. I usually take out of game bribes, okay? Okay, so chat has determined your fate, and your fate shall be had shortly.
Oh no.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like that.
Okay. I'm so here for this. Sorry, just sticking a post-it note so I can see it for later. Okay. So, as you guys begin to enter, I'm going to direct your attention to the Roll20. Specifically to the left side.
Oh, we have a map.
We do have a map.
A map.
Map. Map?
So go ahead and drop yourselves on here. For the sake of this, I'm going to be keeping track of who's next to who. Okay? So if somebody goes ahead and the rest of them aren't going with them, I'm going to determine it as you are separating.
Wait, where's my token?
Hey, why is there a square one?
Yeah, where is your token? I gave you a token.
Yeah.
No, you're
Well,
square.
I know I'm
Oh,
square.
why
I
am
should
I
be token.
yellow? Darn.
Because there was a lot of blue characters already. I apologize.
None of these are blue for me. It's like a orange, a red, a grayish, a green,
Yeah, that's
and then
because well, Archie's was blue and Skit's was blue.
Oh, it don't really matter now.
Okay, we're just gonna. I'm not even gonna look into it. We're gonna call it good.
Oh well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, just warning you, the squares are pretty freaking close, but they're not exact, and I'm sorry. I tried. I was laboring over it for hours. Okay.
You did good. We're proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. So, as you guys are entering, you hear the dripping of water that echoes deep from within. Your light, while it reaches, the 30 or so feet in front of you, seems to fade faster, as though it's not the light and then the dim light, it's the light and it's cut off completely. This over-oppressing dark begins to weigh on you. Especially those who had the dream. You recognize this. You recognize this.
So Gallagher's fine, got it.
Damn.
So,
Damn, I knew I should have had dispel magic.
okay. Who's leading? How do you wish to proceed?
Oh.
I mean, Gallagher's probably going to be in the middle with Piper.
I'll cast Detect Evil and Good and lead.
Okay. That is within 30 feet of you?
Yeah.
Okay, give me... I
Nope.
need to check something. That's intriguing.
Oh?
Oh, yeah. Creature
Uh,
type, right?
Creature... Elemental, Celestial, Fey, Fiend, and Undead. Aberration. Okay. Okay. Cool. Good to know. So, as you are the one leading, anybody else leading, or Roth, you're hanging back a little bit?
I don't mind going second.
Yeah, I guess I'll take up the back line.
Okay. Anybody
case.
with him?
I'm staying fairly close to Gallagher.
Yeah. Gallagher's sticking close
Yeah,
to Piper
Gallagher.
because she's freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be
She's
sticking
kind
close
of
to
sticking
Gallagher
behind.
because friend.
Okay.
She's sticking behind Big Boy because
Ga-
Big Boy meat shield. I'm so sorry, but Big Boy meat shield.
Gallagher is
Big
just...
girl.
Big gal.
meat shield.
Gallagher's
It was a
just-
gender-neutral boy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it was the
Oh,
boy with
my
an
bad.
eye.
Boy with love.
Boy with love. Okay. All right.
It's like all dogs are good boys, even though some are good girls.
Yes. Alrighty.
Yeah, basically.
So, how would you like to proceed?
Slowly.
Forward?
As I said, you're welcome to move your tokens, but I'm keeping
To
track.
the right.
I'm keeping track of where you go as you inch your way. So,
Yep.
Ever so slightly.
So be
inch by
careful.
inch.
So with the party.
Don't you know?
Could we not assume that we walked as a group in one direction?
Yeah,
as
you
long
can
as we
just
don't
assume
move in different
un-
directions?
until you guys decide to split off. So go ahead and start moving forward.
Wait, what do you mean decide to split off?
No, until you reach a split
So we're all
off.
in a group right now, no matter how far we go, until we decide to split up.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you
Okay.
guys proceed
I'm gonna-
forward,
Yeah.
you see kind of a little bit of a...
Guys, we're getting here before anybody splits off anywhere, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's about how far you can see. And you begin to see that this cave system, carved into the rock and everything there, this is your first split. It goes down south, or it continues kind of to the, wait, let me double check that those are the right cardinal directions. Oh, look at that! There's not a thing here. Okay, whatever. How long does your, detect good and evil
10
last?
minutes.
Okay, good to know. So you're gonna need to tell me how fast you're moving here.
I imagine it took us 2 seconds to get this far.
Not 2 seconds, at least 12 seconds, because that was about 60 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can dash.
Look at me go! Did you see that? Did you see that?
Hey!
Sorry. Okay, so where are you proceeding? Are you proceeding to up or are you proceeding down? Turning right and going down?
Right or left?
Stick
So
right.
wait, hold up. Sorry, you said the
So-
dark is oppressive?
Very oppressive.
Cool, I'm just gonna walk over to him and just look down the hallways with my dark vision.
Your dark vision goes about 60 feet, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so your 60 feet can see, but it's hard. And, like, you can't see the shades of gray past that. It's almost like an immediate cutoff.
Can I just stand in the middle of, like in the middle of both entrances and sniff down both ways?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Perception, alright. Here comes the sniff roll.
Sniff, sniff.
Nat 20.
Nice!
It-
Okay,
Do
so...
you still have Bane?
Does Bane work against Nat 20s?
I mean, yes, but it just, the DC changes, but it's still like a nat 20, so you can bribe your DM into a critical success.
Or you go ahead and use your Bane so you don't have to deal with it later.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Use it up.
We're
now.
smarter than you.
Whatever, fine, I'll use Bane. Please be 1, please be 1, please be 16.
Okay.
No, that being 19. What do you...
Yeah.
Yeah, B19.
What?
Oh,
What do you
right.
mean 16?
Okay, so, you smell down to the
19.
south, it smells like rust, and it smells a little bit like you get kind of the scent of animal droppings, almost.
Oh, please no rust monster.
So that's what you kind of smell down to the south. And then to the north, as you're kind of standing in between and smell, it just smells like rocks and a little bit like water.
I point down south. Shit and metal, stone and water.
Well, I mean, this way looks like there's
Wow.
more room.
Those are 3 of my 4 favorite things. Among that.
Seren,
Yes.
you hear the same terrifying shriek that you heard coming from the north.
Ah.
But only you.
But only you.
Imroth said, yeah, I'm not going north.
Salvin, about this
Mhm.
time, you look down and your shadow begins to extend again. The same dripping monster reaching up towards you, and just as you kind of look away, it disappears.
Hey, bye, bitch.
What?
So, Piper, you know how you used to tell you whenever something happened?
Yeah.
It happened.
What happened?
My shadow doesn't like me anymore. I want a refund.
She points. She points. Goop! Goop!
Yes, it's being a little goop bastard.
It seems our shadows are prime targets for whatever thing wants to scare us.
Roth.
I didn't sense anything, did I?
No, you did not.
I think it's just a trick because I didn't pick anything up.
Roth, you see kind of out of the corner of your eye on the ceiling just a glimpse of something moving. And as you look up, nothing's there.
Wait, let me do the proper reaction. There we go.
Beautiful. You throw a psychic blade up at the ceiling and it scatters against stone and bursts everywhere.
Damn it. I think there is something. else too.
So
Still nothing. Gloom.
sorry.
Gloom, you
Hello.
get just a tiny little bit of a sense. Just the smallest sense to the point of a ping, but you can't quite detect what it is.
Was it where he threw the dagger?
No, it was coming from kind of the north.
Boom, we go right, left of me. Let's go.
All right.
Wait.
Piper just starts like stomping in place, like shaking. He's like, ah, it's
Nobody
okay.
split off.
Okay, freeze. Hold on. Let me reveal.
All of the zombies.
Freezing.
I just got
Giant zombie spider.
polygon reveal. Here, we'll just kind of give you
look at those squares.
this much. All right. Okay, so go ahead. Carry on. Carry on your merry way.
Boom, I carry on to the crossroads.
Okay.
I'm gonna offer like, hey, do you want to stand on my shoulders to Piper? You know, because
Piper.
very shaky and I'm guessing can barely walk.
She's like visibly shaking and just keeps glancing over towards the dark, and then she goes, I appreciate that, but I'm okay. Thank you. And she just keeps huddled in the middle of the group.
Oh, good. That's
Alright.
good.
Left or right?
Can I have a bit of room? And
No.
I make,
Yes.
well, fuck you then. I make my way up and do. Oh, Cece would be so proud of me. I'm gonna use the sniff roll again.
Sniffage.
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 Perception.
Yes.
Option.
And I can finally roll a bless.
Yay!
Watch it be a
Yay.
1. Oh,
26.
Okay. 26. Okay, with that, hold on.
It smells yummy.
Okay, with that, you smell a little bit of the similar kind of rust and rock scent coming from the left. And from the right, you smell what reminds you of rock, and then almost to the edge of it, a kind of green, almost plant-like smell.
I trust that way.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, once more I'm pointing to the way of the metal, going rust that way, plants that way.
Ah, plants. Plants are good. Plants are good. Plants are good.
I certainly don't trust plants that survive in environments like this.
Plants.
Those
Plants might be bad.
cave mushrooms.
Plants might be bad.
I love the immediate shift. I love the absolute
Just-
immediate shift.
Yeah.
Just
Piper,
and,
mushrooms. Cave mushrooms.
and moss. Just a
moss.
message in front of Bloom of I know several plants that can survive in caves.
Plants are good.
I didn't mean caves. I meant death caves.
Yep.
I know several that can survive in
Salbin,
death.
as you're standing in the back of the group, you catch a glimpse behind you, and as you, on edge, turn to face it, just out of the corner of your eye before it disappears into the shadows, moving on its own, you see a form, a head, a torso, plastic, staring at you with the lifeless eyes as it ducks behind the corner.
Wait, was the head and the torso one entity, or were
Oh,
they separate?
only Selbin saw that.
Okay.
Yeah, but still a question.
Yeah.
So, how important is that 500 gold again? I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home.
Did something else happen?
There's something questionable. So any of you know what a mannequin looks like?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a cave mannequin. I trust the plants.
Cave
So-
mannequin?
I think I
It's a
trust the cave
mannequin
plant.
in a cave, Piper. It's not
Wait,
that hard to
Where
fucking
did you see the
understand.
mannequin?
Back
the
the way back the way you came.
Roughly person-shaped
Yeah, I
thing,
thought so.
yeah.
It
Okay.
came from the cave entrance, that direction.
Oh, good.
Oh, sounds like we might be going the right way because it's trying to scare us to it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like that anyway.
So sorry.
Yes.
With all the things that have been it's said out loud to everyone, and being forest gnome of natural illusions, can I Arcana for just specifically illusion magic?
Sure. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
'Cause I'm looking for specifically illusion magic.
Am I pinging anything? What's it been like,
No.
5-ish minutes?
It's been about
I got
5-ish
a
minutes.
6.
You, hold on. Is 6, with the 6, you're not quite getting, oh, shit. With the 6, you're not getting very much right now. So,
I'll try again later.
Your magic 8 ball of illusion detection.
So,
didn't
no,
pick anything
hold
up.
on. Yeah, magic, like, 8 ball of illusion detection did not. So, Gloom, especially with this last one that just happened, it's hard because it's almost around the stone. You got a glimpse, and then it seemed to duck back and get tucked away, especially by, you can kind of, you're half-orc, so you have dark vision, but you can see kind of like a corner here, but it seemed like something was here, and then it ducked back from your ping, and it was a little bit higher up, and you got this time, especially since you're really paying attention, you got a ping of Fae. Just one.
Well, I definitely think we're dealing with some fae here, and I definitely think we should go right.
Okay.
Some fae.
Faye.
Well, let's
Okay.
go. Well, let's go right then.
All right.
I guess we just advance to the next little split.
Okay, hold on.
Yup.
Okay. Alrighty, so as you guys look, this seems to be the area where... Hold on, I actually have a full description. This seems to be the area where everything collapsed. You see mounds of broken rock that block the tunnel that are piled from ceiling to floor. Other parts of the cave-in were passable after the collapse, but this area seems completely impenetrable. As this is happening, Piper, what weapons do you have on you?
Let me double check that, because I've been trying to use spells. So, she has like a crossbow and a dagger on her.
Okay, so you look down, and the bolt loaded into your crossbow seems to be dripping in blood.
At this point, if it's dripping in blood,
Yep.
she screeches and she like stumbles back and like falls on her ass, like she's not having it, and drops the crossbow.
Zelvin's gonna pick her up since he's right behind her and be like, what happened there?
You don't see that, do you? Is it in my head or is it there? Because it's, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Slow down. See what?
And then she puts her hands over her eyes and goes, "Okay, it must not be real. It must be fine. Whew, okay."
I
It's
don't
covered
know
in
what's
blood.
not real if you don't. What's covered in blood?
the crossbow bolt. It's covered in blood, and I don't like blood. I don't like blood. And she just keeps like repeating that.
So it's on the ground.
Yep.
Okay, Gallagher's gonna go look at it.
Also, my
Gloom, you got a very, very faint ping of the same Fae just on the edge.
On the edge down yonder.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think we're about to corner it.
In these tunnels, I wouldn't be so sure. But we could always hope.
Best thing we can get is getting rid of it.
I did notice it seems to be high, so maybe it's flying or crawling on the ceilings.
Okay, let's keep our eyes open.
Seems there are two paths that split to the sides ahead, but I think it's straight ahead.
All right.
Alright.
Are you guys stepping forward more?
Yep.
I did try and look at the crossbow. It's just completely normal.
Yeah, totally, completely normal.
Do I still see it as bloody though?
No, actually, as you look back, it seems normal.
Can I try that illusion check again?
See, you're
Just
gonna be fine,
specifically on the.
You can certainly try.
That I said, can I try it again?
Yeah, you can try. DC's a lot higher now.
Nah.
Nah,
That's a
it's
nat
good.
1+1.
Okay, so as you guys are standing in the opening right there, this tunnel entrance is nearly circular. You see black moss that covers the walls, the floors, the ceilings as far as you can see. You see branches, like of trees, all of them covered in the same black moss. It does not appear to be very natural. Gallagher, you would specifically pick up on this.
I would like
So
to try
real
to
plants,
scrape
but
some
not
moss off.
real growth.
Yeah, so real plants, not real growth. What were you saying, Roth?
I would like to scrape some of the moss off the
Okay,
nearby branch.
go ahead and make an nature, Arcana or nature.
Okay, I'm trained in Arcana, so we'll try that one.
Okay.
No. Well, actually, let's see. I get this one. Okay, 12.
Okay, so as you're kind of like scraping off some of this moss, you see just a smooth rock wall underneath.
Wait.
Yeah. You guys are gonna get
Smooth
a
rock?
Smooth rock.
Okay, but the rest of this has been like mined out, right?
Correct.
It's not. The rest of it hasn't been like polished or anything.
Nope.
Yeah, so you guys just get basically a notification from Gallagher saying real plants, not natural grown.
You know how many
Someone
times
did
that
this.
way, Dylan?
Also carved stone.
Can someone try and burn it before we walk through it?
Gallagher will willingly walk through it first.
You're crazy.
He trusts plants.
So, people,
Plants
maybe
are
important
friendly
information.
people.
This place, this rock is too smooth to be naturally broken up. It seems to have been worked or something, or smoothed out somehow, either over a very long period of time or purposefully by the will of some creatures.
Do we think maybe the miners mined into here and unleashed this hell upon themselves?
Perhaps.
I mean, it's possible.
It would probably not have been the first time. I think I've heard similar stories somewhere. But there are things that people should not be dug into.
Can I do a check for Arcana, because I want to.
Yeah, you can do an
I
Arcana
want
check
to see what she might know, magically about it.
about
Well,
the moss.
You're also a forest So you would also be a natural illusionist if you wanted to try that too.
Mostly just want to know what it could be, like what could create this kind of stuff.
I'll let you make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Do better than me.
Okay. With a 15, you notice that kind of as Roth was talking about this, that yeah, this is not natural. This was not something smoothed away by time. This was created magically. You're not quite able to draw connections as to what could magically create this, but it would be something that has some sort of power, especially power over nature. And with Gloom saying something about Fae, it makes a little bit of sense.
But nothing that, like, narrows it down, really?
No.
Yeah, she'd pretty much just nervously vocalize that. And pretty much be like, I'm not sure, but
Let's
I guess
press
our only
on
option
then.
is to go on.
Yes. See what it is, what lies at the end of the tunnel. I don't like that noise you started playing.
It's been playing the whole time. It's just been on loop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also don't like the name of the track.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
You know.
I choose that they'll get the name.
Okay, who's leading?
Gallagher said he was first this time.
Yeah, he will willingly. He trusts the plant.
Yeah.
I'll follow behind Gallagher.
Okay, so you walk
yeah.
through and you see that there's kind of like a main path that leads straight, but there's a lot of split offs. There's several split offs to the left, there's several split offs to the right. And then this continues to go straight for a bit.
Well, I'm gonna just kind of look down the first two here.
Oh,
Just see if there's anything I can see.
not really.
Okay.
Calvin?
Sniffage?
You can certainly try.
I'm sniffing them all, by the way. Just as a possum.
Okay.
Neathief, are you?
Yeah.
10 plus 12.
So you smell like the moisture in the air, but the smell of the black moss is like overtaking. That is pretty much all you can smell.
I'm not going to be as much up as in this one.
So we either go down dark, very closed off, small path, or we go down bigger path with lots of small paths where things can come out and get us. I love those options. Those are great. And she just like hobbles forward more.
Sound like great options, yes.
Well, your only other option is to go back to the front of the cave and wait for us.
Yeah, with the mannequin? No.
And also,
You
Alone?
have the problem with the mannequin.
there's also like 5 skeletons.
My skeletons stay with me. They're behind us saying, this really makes my skin crawl.
Oh, God.
Okay.
If they had any.
With a very large horse.
Oh my god.
What?
I love how we just conveniently keep forgetting about the skeletons until it's applicable
So-
and then suddenly pun.
Bone Crew.
Bone.
This,
Literally bone.
Bones
Crew.
Malone and the Spooky Boys.
Bones
Wow.
Malone and the Spooky Boys.
You know what I really don't like that I just noticed?
What?
What?
These caves, they kind of look like fingers.
Oh yeah.
That sorry giggle is scary.
Okay.
It's a pair of hands stretching open a butt.
Oh my god, I
Why?
hate everything now.
Why would you say that?
Why? What made you think that?
Because it turned down the terror a bit.
Okay.
Well,
Fair,
okay.
fair.
I thought
Okay.
Bones Malone and the
This is
Spooky
plain-
Boys.
Reeling it back
Isn't
in. Yes, 110% going on YouTube. Thank you all.
Oh no.
So, as you guys are kind
Hello,
of...
YouTube.
Shush. As you guys are kind of standing there, all of you begin to feel the hair on your arms and the back of your neck standing up, and the space between your shoulder blades begin to itch. You can't shake this feeling of being watched. Gloom, it's been about 10 minutes now, but on the faint edge of your reception, you feel a slight ping to your left.
To my left, this way. Wait, this way.
Your
Wait,
left.
my left or Gloom's left?
Gloom's left.
I think maybe we go down this hall.
You sure?
I
Completely
mean,
trustworthy.
you know, if you wanna. I mean, that's why I sensed it.
Are you two coming?
Oh, they need a symbol.
Gallagher trusts the moss still.
The Gallagher's gonna die.
Well, the Mustang
Gallagher-
was the first time. Truly has to be trustworthy.
Gallagher can't die. He's needed.
I respect that. I'm gonna cast Detect Evil and get again as we walk.
Okay. The ping that you had in the moment that it was gone has disappeared.
Okay.
So hold on. I'm doing quick mental math to see how far you can see.
Quick maths.
Quick maths. All right. So as you guys kind of come into this area, it seems to be a little bit of a maze. You see one pathway kind of duck back to your right. Not quite like sure where it's going or what's happening there, and it continues straight. Where are you going?
Guess we're going straight.
Yeah.
You've convinced me.
Okay. Are you all pretty much sticking on everybody's ass?
Pretty
Yes.
much.
In
Basically,
this
yeah.
environment?
I mean,
Well,
some of
we'll
us have,
split the party.
some of us have pretty fine asses.
I mean, me and
Gloom.
Roll
Piper
for
are basically
how
the s-
thick that ass. No, we're not
me and,
doing that right
me
now.
and Piper are basically the same size, so we could just probably fit into one 5-foot square.
Okay. Gloom, as you kind of round the corner, you look up on you get a ping from the kind of upper area down south, and you look up and you see these bright red eyes staring at you as they blink twice. And with your dark vision, you can make out this almost insect-looking creature with mandibles staring at you as it
It'll explode off the nearby zombie.
as it stares at you. Its little clackers like kind of looking down, almost looking like crabs. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
3 zombies. To be inspected.
15.
Okay. You feel this sense of fear come over the back of your brain as it disappears, and as the light comes around the corner a little bit and it sees that you are not alone, it fades. It's gone. It's disappeared into the shadows, and it's also blinked off of your radar completely.
I saw the ugly bastard. He's south. Left, right?
Yeah, right.
This way.
Yeah. Ah, me and I don't have the reveal tool. I'm like highlighting shit and it's not working.
Looked like some kind of bug. Like a big one.
A bug?
I don't know.
A bug.
Had mandibles.
I'm assuming it is not natural, so
The glowing red eyes would back that argument.
staying vigilant, I suppose.
Oh no.
What oh no?
Oh
I'm
no!
gonna sneeze.
Sorry,
Oh.
that's-
No, I was gonna
Yes.
sneeze. Okay, I think we're good. I think I scared it.
Oh, no bless.
Okay. I'm like trying my hardest not to sneeze or blow my nose because the last couple times I've done that have resulted in a tampon shoved up my nose.
Well then.
Ah,
Yeah,
What?
I've
Hey,
been
Pipe.
bleeding from my nose quite a bit. Yeah,
Like, no
yeah,
lie.
that's how sick I was yesterday.
I absolutely believe Piper should be down here, not all the way up.
Oh yeah, is Piper last?
Yeah, somehow that happened, and
Okay.
There's the,
Oh.
no, Piper be up here. please.
Piper.
Piper's on my shoulder.
It's supposed to be.
I know that I'm intentionally trying to get her to follow Saren very closely and just stick to her like glue.
Okay.
Which is why you're on
But-
her shoulders.
You couldn't. How tall is Piper?
Like short for a gnome. I don't know what gnomes.
Gnomes are like
They're like 3 feet.
3,
4
4
feet.
feet.
Okay, and how tall are you,
Yeah.
Saren?
I'm
9.
9. I'm 8, exactly.
Okay, you can barely walk in here. You absolutely could not put anybody on your shoulders.
Fair.
Rip.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I could go down.
Just carry Piper like wedding style.
like a football.
I mean, I
Like
can.
a football.
Is that happening
Or-
as we're entering this smaller section?
Wait, like a
Chuck
football, not
Piper.
like a baby?
No babies. Just Chuck Piper. It's fine. Throw her.
I mean, she wouldn't oppose if it had to happen.
Yeet the
So anyway, you
Piper.
asked me Piper's last.
What is your choice? Is Piper being carried or is Piper last? Make your
That's
choice
Piper's
now.
choice.
Garrett, please.
I mean, if it's brought up, then she'll be like, okay, maybe that's a good idea. I don't want to be last.
Piper's under my arm.
Okay.
In the arms of
All
an
right.
elephant.
Fly away. Okay. Anyways, good to know. I will remember that. Oh, man. Okay. So, Glum, as you are going and proceeding, you get another, tingle at the edge of your vision, kind of down at the bottom, again, up towards the ceiling, kind of up here of a ping of the one fey creature again. And as you kind of turn back to tell people that you got the sense, they're not there. You're alone.
Wow, you guys abandoned me. Okay.
You're alone in the woods and your
It
friend is
happens.
dead.
Wait. I don't care so much that they abandoned me. Did my skeletons abandon me?
Everything's gone. You are alone.
After all that life I gave them, they left. Unbelievable.
They did the skeleton boogie the fuck out of there.
Well, I'm out of here then, and I'll walk back.
Okay, and as you walk, you bump into Gallagher, and suddenly your vision's yourself, and everybody's there.
Oh shit. I thought you left me, guys.
Why
I'm
did I?
clearly yelling at the bones in the back.
What? Why would we leave
Oh.
you?
Not you guys,
Oh,
the
yeah.
bones.
Zari, I feel like we should add a token for the bone crew.
They don't fight or anything. It's not a big deal.
Spooky boys.
No, but just
They just
so
back
we
there to
remember-
vibe.
So we
Just so we
remember
remember they're there.
So you can
Yeah.
make more jokes. That way you can make more jokes.
Oh, good. Sorry, I had that token handy.
Wow, you made them so badass.
I did. You're welcome. And I think you can control it, because I don't wanna.
I cannot. I sensed it to the south, and then I turned around and I thought everyone left me, so I was gonna leave, and then I walked into Gallagher.
Why did you think everybody had left you?
I guess just another trick of the mind. Kind of freaked me out, to be honest.
Wait,
It's easier to look over Gallagher, but me?
I didn't see. Yeah, I didn't see anybody, so
It's
I don't
easy to
know.
look over all of us, but Saren?
Yeah, I don't know. I just got scared. I don't like being alone. That's why I keep the bones around.
sorry, is the moss still covering
Oh,
everything?
everything.
Huh.
Good. Okay.
Now I really want to check for more illusions.
Can I light one of my torches?
I thought your torch was already lit.
Yeah.
No, What?
You were the first one who
I-
said you lit a torch.
Oh.
Can I
yeah.
cast
Yeah.
dancing lights?
Yeah, sure, if you want more
Well,
light.
can I burn this moss?
Yay, more lights.
You can certainly try.
Okay, what the fuck?
Wait,
Are you, wait. We're
What do you mean
in
by
closed space
troll?
underground. I don't think setting shit on fire is very conducive to living.
Wait, who are you
Well,
talking
I-
to about setting stuff on fire? Dancing lights set on fire.
Not
No.
you.
Saren.
Oh.
Well, I
There's
haven't
a-
drunk,
like
so-
Marsh said, Saren will just
I missed
put
the
things
steps
on
there.
fire. Yeah, so you breathe the air that's like 2 feet further away. That's also full of smoke.
Yes.
Fire.
Use up all of our oxygen that we're currently breathing in a very tight space just to
Piper, the
purge
more
it.
you panic, the less oxygen we have.
I have not burned anything yet. I was only suggesting.
Piper, as you're
Yes,
saying
please
this,
don't.
as you're saying this, you start to feel this pressure on your chest, and it starts to make you gasp for breath almost, like you can't breathe, like your lungs are being crushed.
Oh shit. I mean,
Sir,
if I
lighten
can't
up.
breathe, there's probably nothing I can say.
And then it releases.
Oh! Have you guys felt pressure that tried to steal your breath? Because, hi, that just happened. What's happening? I'm scared.
Alright, we need
Recently,
to
no.
refocus, guys. We're kind of derailing here.
Yes.
Right.
Can I look for illusions
I
again?
guess so.
It's only been like a minute or two since you did.
Can
Yeah,
I
I
look for
know.
illusions?
But like the person in front of me didn't see anyone. Also saw Spider
Let
Lady.
me put it this way. Any illusions that have happened, by the time that they like say that they're back and they're fine, the illusions are gone. So you would
Yeah.
know.
Mostly just like the remnant, like if is actual magic.
You would know that in order to sense that, you would need like incredibly tuned in powers.
Gotcha.
So essentially, you have to roll stupidly well. But yeah, there's illusions all over the shit. You would recognize that.
Oh yeah, sweet.
Okay.
Alright,
At least
we
it's
need to
down.
refocus. I sensed it on the ceiling. Straight ahead, still going, down, out of character. It's some kind of creepy crawly. We gotta focus here, or we gotta leave. We gotta make that decision right now.
Well, we're already this far. And I personally don't want to leave because the mannequin was near the entrance.
I don't think there's a mannequin there, but I like the way you think. You guys ready to go?
Well, I don't
Yes.
think this thing would let us leave to begin with.
Maybe not, but if that's the case, maybe we should leave and make it come to us.
We need the end of this
continue on.
road.
Okay, then let's continue.
Okay.
Let's try and
Okay,
not get caught in these traps.
I don't think in the game we know how much is left of the map.
You know what, fair. I'm just thinking.
Let's just keep
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're ready.
a nod.
Alright, let's do it.
Okay, so you're going straight?
Yeah, where I felt
Everyone go
the-
single file.
It did 5
Single
feet at a
file.
time. Da, 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 da,
Just-
da.
Sticking my token on the same one that Saren says because
Alright, how long have we been freaking out since my last cast?
I would say that conversation you probably have about 4 minutes left.
Okay.
Don't forget your
Rip the Skelly boy band.
Oh, Zari
I
has to
can't
move
move 'em.
them. Can you drag it on? I gave you control.
Oh yeah, I can.
Thank you.
We need someone to give us better atmospheric music while we're just exploring.
Okay.
Bon Jovi pulls out his saxophone.
Bon
Oh, heck yeah, let me go. My pan flute.
You just made me
Bon
cough.
Jovi. Accompaniment to Bones Malone.
Hate
Bones
everything.
Malone and the Spooky Boys.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
So who make up the Spooky Boys?
Sherlock Bones, Bon Jovi, Bone Top, and Napoleon Bonaparte.
There we go.
oh, I hate it so much.
One's not even a pun; it's just the actual name.
Bonaparte?
Technically, it's Bonaparte, but still.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Bone
it's spelled
apart.
bone apart.
Yeah.
I hate it.
But the bones aren't apart, they're together and they're walking.
His
I mean, I
fall
get it.
apart and he keeps putting them back
Yes.
together. That's his shtick.
You know, if one of them pulls out a saxophone, I'm pulling out my pan flute, we're harmonizing. Trying to ease some of the tension.
Oh, that's what's happening right now?
Ease the tension.
Okay, go ahead and roll a performance check for me.
Oh. I will perform.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, well.
You
A
fucking
killer.
perform!
What the fuck? Okay,
We
yeah.
don't just harmonize.
It is a fucking bop. Yeah. And it kind of
I
almost.
better have pleased my fellow fae slightly.
It kind of chases a little bit of the darkness away, and brings a lightheartedness to here. Okay. Which way are you continuing?
Piper is now breathing easier.
First, Bon Jovi yells, "We're bone to be alive" as they play. And then I see if I can find any pings.
Bone to be wild.
Bone to be wild, yeah.
Yeah. And then he
I'm
goes
sad I
into
only brought
trombone
one
solo.
instrument now. I should have brought like a whole orchestra's worth of instruments.
I like love you guys and hate you all.
I played a bop in the middle of the spook cave.
Yep, it's fine. Okay,
Oh.
so hold on. I need to measure something. Ooh. Okay. So Glum, as you kind of step there, you get 2 pings towards this way.
Both of them?
2 very aggressive pings. They're
They're
both
both right.
fey.
They're both that way.
Yep.
Oh boys, I got 2 now.
They're multiplying!
Or they just were more and they weren't near each other, but yeah.
Right.
And multiply by 4.
All right.
Let's
What are you guys doing?
let's move on.
You guys want to go straight in?
this hole?
Oh yeah, I didn't get a ping there, so I kind of just didn't pay attention. I don't know if you guys want to check it out.
It's just again moss-covered rock. There's not much in there.
Okay.
Not much. There's moss.
All I can think of is Cece's moss.
Heck yeah.
See, they're disrespecting moss.
So much moss to use for
She's gonna be
terrariums?
asleep.
Okay. Focus.
All right, you guys want to go straight into them?
Let's do it.
All right, we'll go to the left down.
Might as well.
Okay, freeze.
No.
I'm just gonna
Like red
I'm gonna
light, green
just
light?
give you the whole room
Night.
because with your light.
Oh, thank God.
What?
So,
Oh, thank God.
Piper and
What?
okay. So as you guys kind of enter and are appearing, so
What? Why does this room have a flow chart?
because for certain reasons. It's more of labels, but I see why you could see it as a flowchart, not gonna lie. But Piper, I actually need you to roll a concentration check for when you got spooked earlier.
How would I...
So roll
Do
a
that.
Constitution saving throw for me.
Okay.
Okay, so your dancing lights is still up. And Selbin, you're fine. Because you weren't
Yeah, I didn't
super
cast mine that
spooked.
long ago.
Yeah, and you're good. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure because you got super spooked and I didn't even think about that. Okay. So as you approach Gloom, you get the sense of the 2 kind of up above, and as you approach, they seem to bamf and disappear, and you're not quite sure where they are in the room. They don't seem to be looking like here. We seem to have disappeared out of your field of vision. And then you get just on the edge of your senses a ping of one from behind. Back the way you came.
Oh no. Okay, one is behind us maybe. I think we should just advance forward though and leave it alone.
And as you say that, you watch as one kind of from the edge of the lights drops down. This one a lot bigger than the one that you had previously seen. And it opens its mouth and lets out this ginormous screeching yell that rattles the insides of your heads. And I actually need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
Con.
Yup.
Aww.
Oh my god.
I'm not
What
good
the
at
fuck is
that.
that?
I am apologizing in advance. This might be a little
Well-
scary.
Oh, this is my last bless.
Use your blesses.
Not in the fight.
Fuck.
18.
I would bless if I had one.
Oh
Okay. So,
Damn it.
who rolled above 13 or no, sorry, a 14 or higher?
Me, Gallagher,
Me.
Surin.
Okay.
With me.
So,
Come on, Piper, we'll be scared together.
Piper,
no. Yes.
Salvin,
I don't wanna, but sure.
Roth.
Hello.
The screech
Draw.
racks your brain. And as this thing kind of drops, squinting almost in front of you in the light a little bit, as it drops down. Hold on, let me make sure. I'm gonna actually give you like a token in front of you so that you can see. And
Yeah,
double
I'm
check
going to-
that you guys are within range, because otherwise that would be cheating.
By the way, they're more susceptible to fire damage.
What do you
Oh,
mean within range?
Piper, you're fine. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Piper, you're fine. But this thing drops down, its mandibles staring at you, and it screeches, letting out this unholy sound. And Selbin and Roth, you are racked in your brain with your greatest fears as they come to fruition in front of you, and you drop to 0 hit points. You are unconscious.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not joking. So everybody except for Seren and Piper, you take 19 psychic damage. And I would like
Wait.
everybody to roll initiative.
Okay.
Oh,
So I take no damage, right?
You take none, Piper takes none. Because you guys were out of range.
Oh,
But I succeeded.
Yeah, you take 19.
Okay.
Yeah. Instead of just taking all of them.
Yep.
oh wait, is this supposed to click the...
Yeah,
I was
please
just
click your character token. If you did not, don't worry about it and I will fix it.
I got a 2. My God.
do you want me to still roll initiative?
No, don't worry about it. I will fix it.
Alright.
Almost got to enter initiative.
Okay, give me a second.
Would it be easier if I like rolled it again while clicking on the token and then edit it?
Oh,
after,
yeah,
or-
yeah. That would be easy if you can do that yourself.
Hey, how are we doing bonus action and action casting in this?
Normal.
So level 2 or lower bonus
No,
actions?
no,
okay?
not
What is
Zari
it?
normal.
Oh.
Normal,
Okay.
normal. Nice try though, mister.
Well, you told me earlier Zari rules.
Yeah, okay. You know what? You have a point. I understand your confusion. Okay, so does anybody need me to edit their initiative while we are here?
No, I'm good.
Or did you get it fixed?
Yeah, I put it in.
Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing,
The unconscious people.
oh, the unconscious
Yeah.
people? You can still roll initiative.
I go down.
For the sake of
Does
this, roll
anyone-
initiative.
Does anyone know how the potions were divvied up earlier?
Oh, you guys
They're
never
just-
divvied potions.
I
Yeah, I
took,
guess I had
Somebody
one.
has them all.
I took a regular.
I would have took a regular.
I'll let you figure out now how you would have taken divvied up
I
potions.
figured one person would have been carrying it, we used that as needed. That's why we didn't divvy it up. That's what I
No. Weird. I assume just everybody took one.
Well,
Yeah,
there
that's
was
what I thought.
5 regular and 2 superior?
No, it's 3 superior.
Mm.
No.
Is it superior
Yeah,
or greater?
there were more potions than there were people.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there were 8. There were
was
5 normal
7.
and 3 superior.
There were 5
There were
normal.
8.
Superior or
potions.
greater?
There were 5 normal and 3 greater.
Were there?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
there was.
5 normal,
Yeah,
3
the-
greater. Okay. Roth, I need you to roll initiative for me.
Right. I thought I clicked it.
Look, just because you're dead like me
No.
doesn't mean you get to skip out on it.
I think it's funny.
Okay. Let me double check and make sure. Alrighty, we're good there. Okay. Let's put this here for funsies. get a good zoom in. Give me 1 second. I'm situating everything, and then we will be good to go. All right. Are you guys ready?
No!
I guess.
Okay.
I'm dead.
Yeah, you're unconscious. It's great. I was not expecting that many of you to fail that. Okay, Gloom. You see this thing drop. What are you doing?
Back on your feet, soldier. Mass healing word, everybody for 7, so whoever needs it.
Not repair my alarm.
Okay, so everybody take 7 HP if you need it.
I do.
Does that include the people who are down?
Yep.
It does.
And you come
you're
back to
up now.
consciousness.
I don't know.
Cool.
That's
Then
a
I'll run in.
bonus
What's
action,
up?
correct?
Yeah,
Yep.
so I'll run in and I'll go ahead and go for it. I'll take a great weapon attack.
Okay.
9, tough.
9 misses. So as you swing at this thing, it catches your greatsword? Yeah, greatsword in its claws and kind of stares at you and begins to growl. And as its claws begin to close down on top of it.
Okay.
Second attack?
I'm just a cleric. I don't
Oh,
get to
never
attack.
mind. You're not a paladin. In my brain, I don't know why. For some reason, you were suddenly turned into a paladin.
Huh.
Okay. It is now his turn. Unless there's anything else you want to do. Sorry, I didn't ask.
No, I'm good. There's nothing else for me to do.
Okay, it is now his turn. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
19.
Oh, just kidding. You're supposed to make him when you start your turn. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. As he reaches out and swings its claws at you, its other one coming to stab at your side. That's an 18 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, you take 20 slashing damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Flex seal.
Oh, what?
My God.
All right.
Quick, someone cut him in half. We can
Um,
fix him.
The light extends too far, and he looks like he tries to like glitch out of existence, but it does not seem to work. Okay, Piper, what are you doing?
Okay, I have no idea what people's health would look like, so I don't know.
Well,
You don't know what?
I don't know what people's health would look like, so I don't know if healing would be a good idea or if attacking would be good.
I mean, you did just see Roth and Selbin, who were unconscious, who just came back to consciousness, looking a little bruised and battered. They're barely on they're not on their feet yet.
Okay, if they're still looking pretty rough, then hold on. Sorry. Reading could struggle. I kind of want to cast Healing Word on, it's just one person.
That's fine.
Who's the closest one to me? That's looking hurt.
Would that be
Selbin's
me?
right in front of you.
Okay, yeah.
Selbin.
Slap me with health.
Okay,
Not your stopping.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and burn a spell slot to do Healing Word. Did it do it in the thing?
Yep.
I got 8 more health.
Okay, so that is
Okay.
your bonus action.
Oh, that counts as a bonus action?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you still have your action if you want to do anything. However, you can only cast a cantrip or less.
Wow.
Yeah, like one actual spell per turn.
Yeah,
Bad
and
times.
I can't use like any sort of weapon or anything.
You can use your weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could totally
So I-
unleash your crossbow on this thing.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
22 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
While they're going, can I yell something back to them?
Sure.
Don't forget the one that showed up behind you guys.
Okay, so it takes 9 points of piercing damage.
No.
As your crossbow bolt slides into it, the Healing Word giving a little bit of a boost to Selbin. Anything else? You're a artificer, you can only take 1 attack, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Anything else on your turn? Any movement?
Considering I'm like in the middle of everything, I think I'm gonna just sit right there.
Gallagher.
I'm thinking about what I can do. Honestly, I'm just gonna chill touch it.
Okay. Go for it.
8. Damn it.
Do I roll
chill touch.
what an 8 to hit?
No, yeah, it's a to hit spell.
Okay, so as you throw just like off a burst of energy from your hand, you kind of get like a sense of movement off to your right, and it startles you so much that it goes wide.
Okay.
Bonus action movement.
Give me 1 second.
I still like that chill touch is neither a touch spell nor deals cold damage.
I know,
I know,
it
right?
cracks me up.
It's like, what?
Well, it does.
named this?
It is a touch spell technically because you make a ghostly hand, a skeletal
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah,
And
but it's
chill
not
of-
like-
it's the
Okay,
chill of the
let's
grave.
move. Bonus action movement.
Nah, I can cast Shillelagh as a cantrip.
Sure, whatever you want.
And for
It's
the rest
just
of the
now
turn, you can
my stick.
increase.
My stick's strong.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay,
strong.
Salvin, what are you doing? You're on you're prone right now, just kind of coughing, a little bit of boost from Piper.
Can I stand up at all, or am I just
half
too
your
weak
movement,
to?
half your movement to stand up. So you have, I believe, whatever half your movement is.
That'd be a very weird number.
Okay.
I'm at 35 movement speed.
Okay, so that's we'll call it 17.
All right.
I love how.
Where is Roth?
Roth is right here.
Hi.
Roth. I can move.
Yeah.
Roth, I need to slap you.
Slap him cheeks.
I cast Cure Wounds.
Oh,
I see. Oh,
sorry.
Just imagine a slap on the ass hearing him.
You're fine. You're okay. You're okay. Okay.
I tried
12.
to heal and I got punished.
there we go. Thank you.
That sucks. You rolled garbage.
I'm aware.
I'm so sorry.
Mm.
Okay, 12. Okay, so
Yep.
Salbin comes and cures you.
Barely.
Barely.
Dude,
Feel
it's
a little
fine,
bit
it's
better.
12.
Anything else that you want to do, Salbin? Bonus action, movement?
I don't think I do have anything I can use as a bonus action. Yeah, I don't think I have any bonus actions really.
Alrighty. Okay, Roth, you're just cured. You are on your butt,
Yep.
on the ground.
Yeah. What's the distance here? 20. Okay. I'll get up, move 5 feet over, and chuck a blade at this thing.
Go for it.
Let's see. Nope, not that one. That one.
19 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
There we go.
Nice for that 16. Beautiful. Okay, so
Okay.
as you're, is there anything that you wish to describe? What does your psychic blade look like?
It's like a slightly translucent shard of a broken mirror sort of thing that forms in his hand that he throws like a knife.
Beautiful. Okay.
At the thing, yeah.
Alrighty.
It doesn't actually do anything visibly when it hits. It just kind of sinks in and then vanishes.
Okay. And it doesn't seem to do as much damage for some of it. Oh shit, because doesn't the sneak attack do the psychic damage?
Sneak attack should be the same as the main. Yeah.
Rip.
The same
Okay,
type.
so this actually doesn't seem to do as much damage as you thought it would.
Cool.
Yeah.
love it when they're resistant to my main damage type.
I know, right?
Okay, let's see. In that case, pull out actual dagger for offhand.
Okay.
Dagger, where's offhand dagger?
I'm dead, damn.
Doesn't say. Wait, let me equip 2 daggers, see if it does a thing. The sheet's kind of weird. Oh yeah, no, okay. So, throw another dagger.
25 hits.
Cool. So it does not do any of that damage. It does 3.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, it's a little weird with the offhand.
Yeah.
All right, as the psychic blade doesn't seem to do much, but it does a bit, and your offhand dagger just sinks into its shoulder as it starts to bleed kind of this oozing black ichor as it screeches right in your face glue. Alrighty. Okay, anything else? Any other movement?
No.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Out of the shadows, you just hear a skittering, and Salbin, or not Salbin, sorry. Yeah, actually, we'll start with Salbin. Over the top of your head, you look up hearing the skittering, and you see this thing coming and jumping down on top of you. That is a 12 to hit you.
No.
Lovely. Okay, so as you manage to just kind of dodge out of the way right at the right time, aw, I forgot to do this for you, Shorty. Okay, well, you know what? You got a round. You got a round, man. I could have killed you. It would have been funny.
Okay.
Okay, and then, Sarin, this one pops out right on top of your head almost. Coming almost out of nowhere, and that's a 18 to hit you?
Look how close you're being able to spawn out gonna be.
Archie?
Yes, that hits.
Okay, so you take 9 points of slashing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
I'll explain when you feel some more.
10. 13, sorry.
Okay, you feel something come over your head, and you're almost paralyzed in fear. And then this thing, kind of, yeah, it does this. It shies away from Piper's light and ducks back up into the ceiling. You may take an attack of opportunity if you so desire.
Yeah, I'll take an attack of opportunity.
Go for it.
So 19 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Do you want me to roll to see if I get a crit?
Why do you have advantage?
I thought attack of opportunity to get advantage.
No.
No.
Oh, never mind.
Go ahead and roll damage,
So-
though.
One-handed, so that's 14. Not 14, god damn it. I'm not doing well with numbers tonight. 11.
Okay. It screeches in pain as it it kind of ducks back up into dark light, and it seems to disappear.
It doesn't like light.
So,
Good to know.
Salbin, this one, doesn't, or you do have dancing lights. I'm not quite sure where they are, but it seems to, again, duck back away from you if you would like to make an attack of opportunity.
Oh, heck yeah. You know what? You're gonna try and jump on me? You get back here. Hey, get back here.
Go ahead and make your attack.
You know, wait, I can ram. Hold up. I can ram.
Don't you have to
I got
charge
basic-
to ram it?
Look at that. Hold on. I'm writing into this. Ram. Unarmed strikes may deal 1d4 plus 0 bludgeoning damage on a hit.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a hit.
Wow, powerful.
Woohoo.
14 does not hit. As it kind of ducks out of the way, you
No.
go to attempt to smack it with your horns, but it's just too nimble, and it bamfs into the darkness, disappearing.
That's right, get out of here.
Okay. Glum. You, just out of the corner of your eye, see something come skittering towards you as it appears right next to you. That is a 14 to hit?
That misses.
Okay, great. And you kind of just like instinctually catch it on the edge of your sword hilt, and this thing kind of ducks behind your shadow and disappears.
Do I get a swing at it?
Nope. It used your shadow and it disappeared, and it seemed to have done some sort of teleportation thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm down.
Ah.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Seren, what are you doing?
Let me
Oh my
see.
fucking god. That
So-
combo is fucking insane.
Oh, is the combo insane? Really? Interesting.
You know what combo I'm talking about.
Okay. First off, I'm just gonna move down here. And how far is that? 20 feet? Yeah, I'm gonna hold up the skull eye that I've been carrying the entire time. And from the candle sitting on top, the blue flame from earlier pops up again, and that war dog spirit comes out and charges the creature, and it is now you need to make a charisma saving throw or be affected by Bane.
Charisma saving throw. That is a 9.
Yeah, you are now affected by Bane as the spirit of the dog is basically biting the ankles or pushing it away, doing everything it can to protect.
Cute. Okay. Anything else? That was a bonus action, correct?
No, Bane is an action.
Okay.
As a bonus action, not much I can do. How's everybody looking?
Terrible.
Oh, terrible.
Not great.
Well, okay then. Third level spell. Everybody's gonna take a D4 +5 as I use mass healing word.
My king.
Wait, are these two
Mass
different
healing
spells
word
though?
is a bonus action.
Mass healing word, yeah, it's bonus action.
You can't, if you cast Bane, you can't use mass healing word.
Yeah,
Bane's
those
an
are two different
action.
spells.
Yeah, they're two
right,
different
yeah.
spells.
Oh, my bad.
Nope, we're good.
Yeah, I'm just out of it today. Yeah, maybe I need to sleep some.
Maybe you need to sleep
At some
after
point,
this
maybe.
game.
It's okay. That we may not be able to take the 11 physically, but it's there in spirit.
Yeah, well, then I'm done
Well,
right
do
now.
you want a bardic inspiration, anybody, instead?
Oh yeah, oh, jeez, I forgot I could do that.
I got
don't
you!
play bad.
I got you!
So, bonus action, bardic inspiration, finger over here, Gloom?
Yeah, Gloom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gloom.
Blue.
He now gets a D8.
Sweet. Can I use that on attack rolls?
You
Yeah.
can use it to hit, but not damage.
To hit.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a hit.
You've
Yeah,
played a
That's not
bard!
bad, but yeah, fine.
Shorty!
I don't remember. I don't use bardic inspiration. I'm a selfish bard.
Oh, true. Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm good. Right here.
Okay. Gloom.
Okay. I'll action attack with Great Weapon Master again. 19.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. It takes 19 damage.
Holy crap. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Then I'll go ahead and bonus action healing word us again. Or I'm sorry, mass healing word. So everybody gets 8.
Nice. That's a lot total.
That's all I got. I'll stay here.
Alrighty. Okay, so, and I also need you to roll a, I forgot to do this, but you already rolled a 19, we'll just count that. Okay, sorry. You rolled it earlier, and I totally forgot about it this time. So,
Okey-doke.
as this thing looks at you, it is going to, it does not get it back. But it is going to go ahead and lash out at you again, because you're right in front of it. That's an 11 to hit.
Big misses.
Sad as it clatters across your armor, not doing too much. It'll stay there. It's not gonna bamf. It can't quite. Okay, Piper. Gallagher on deck.
Okay. Are people still looking pretty bad?
Not very at the moment anymore. No.
Yeah,
I'm still looking mediocre.
pretty,
Okay.
pretty good.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just reading a thing because I'm having trouble understanding it.
Do you need help?
I was thinking about casting Sanctuary, but on
Bloom?
him, but yeah. But I don't know if that will last up until his next thing.
Yeah.
I think
Or
it
if that
lasts
would help it.
forever.
It lasts
No,
until I think.
Let's make a wisdom save to hit me.
Yeah, pretty much.
But it,
Yeah, but,
I think it
is
lasts
this
a
as soon
minute.
as you attack somebody, it stops affecting you?
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, but he
as soon as you make
just
an attack
went,
roll for it.
so that's a whole round, and he's tanking.
That's okay. Don't
Yeah.
don't worry about me. The big one already went.
Yeah.
Okay.
Protect yourself and the Bone Boys.
The Bone Boys.
I don't think people are attacking the Bone Boys.
Yeah, they're non-combatants.
Yeah.
They can't even use this. They can't even be a proper mid shield
No.
Of course
for
they
obvious
can.
reasons.
Okay, what are you doing?
Okay, so she instead is going to go over here, have her lights kind of follow her, and use her crossbow on it again.
Oh, Selbin, you fell unconscious. Your lights are gone, huh? Okay. Piper's lights are still there.
Oh, if Selbin's lights are gone, then since it's not that far, probably like 2 of them over top of Selbin or something.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, where's the thing again? Oop. There's the thing.
Oh, right. 11 does not hit, and it kind of catches your bolt in its claws and clatters it to the ground, staring at you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any bonus action? Anything else?
No, I think that's really all I can do.
All right. Gallagher.
So, I am going to use one of my wild shapes, not as a wild shape, but for my symbiotic entity. So I'm just kind of surrounded by tiny floating mushrooms now. And I have 20 temp hit points.
Nice! Okay, is that your action?
That is, but I am going to walk up towards the big guy that currently is being fought by Gloom.
Okay. Go ahead and move your token there. Any bonus action or anything?
The only bonus action I really can do is my shillelagh.
Oh,
But
okay.
that's like,
Already
it's a bonus
activated.
action to cast, but it's an action to attack with it.
Okay, so Selbin, what's up? Neath, if you're muted. Are they here?
Should be.
Neathy!
Oh.
You
Okay.
You good?
Okay, here's the thing. I didn't realize I muted through Discord because I also muted my Yeti. So,
Oh! Got
because I
it.
was like, oh, I'm muted. I see the flashing light. Let me go ahead and fix that. Oh, you guys still can't hear me. I'm dumb.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, go ahead, my dear.
So I'm gonna go ahead and cast Dancing Lights again because fuck these things.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you putting your
And-
lights?
I've just got 4 kind of circling me.
Okay. Bonus action?
How far away are these 2? Is it like the normal 5?
Yeah. So
Okay.
25.
Hey there.
I mean,
Hey there, buddy.
Oh, you can't walk through. You can't phase.
that's a wall.
Okay,
Oh,
you're
I'm
good.
sorry.
You're good. You're good. You're good. It's within your movement speed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I counted it. I saw.
You're fine.
See, in game he ran around, and in theory I'm too lazy to do.
No,
the movement.
you don't need to. Okay, cool. So you're 10 feet away. What are you doing?
Oh. Hmm. I think I'm gonna do vicious. No, I already did a cantrip. What are we able to do here? Because I already did movement and cantrip.
That was so you have if you have a bonus action. So you're
I believe I
a
do.
bard,
No.
so bardic
Yeah.
inspiration.
Ooh, I could do. Or I could not and be selfish.
Up to you.
I'm going to commit extra smack.
Oh my goodness. Alright, bardic inspiration, where are you? Where are you? There you are. Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and cast bardic inspiration on, You're next, aren't you?
Yup.
I wish you luck, my dude.
Thank you.
You are inspired. I inspired you with my pan flute earlier. I'll flip it back out and play again if I need to.
Yeah, just
Sick
a little bit
pan
of
flute solo,
pan
dude.
flute solo
Just gets up
behind.
close to the monster and whips
Yeah.
out a pan flute, just start playing a really nice solo.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, what are you doing, Roth,
Astonishing.
with the pan flute solo echoing through your
Okay.
head?
So wait, actually, for this, so I actually think I might not have been able to do that one second range knife
Oh.
last time because I should be holding a torch in my hand.
Ow. I forgot
forgot
that you.
that-
I didn't even hear you say you lit a torch.
Oh, I did back when.
Okay, well, just so you know,
Karen did at the entrance.
it's a free action to like drop something, so you could have dropped your torch and thrown it. And your torch
I don't
could
know
be.
if I want. There's mushroom everywhere. I don't want to set shit on fire. In case.
The moss is really damp, so it wouldn't have set it on fire.
Yeah, this cave is wet.
Yeah,
Ah,
you're
okay.
fine.
Moist, if I will.
Ew.
Moist. Moist.
Yeah.
Probably
Okay.
us.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just draw the rapier, step forward here, and try to attack.
Okay, go for it.
Equip rapier. There we go. So I have the action, and then attack.
23 hits.
Yeah, and then damage.
Holy
Okay,
shit.
cool. Cool. We rolled some okay sneak attack.
Yeah. Cool.
Did I inspire you enough?
Well, he didn't need the inspiration.
Didn't use it actually.
Oh.
No. It's good to hold on to it. For a saving throw, you
And
might
then I
fail
will,
later.
as my bonus action, disengage,
Smart.
and then I'll move 10 feet back. Because, yeah.
Alrighty. Anything else?
No, I just didn't want to start my turn next to it next time.
Key-dokely. Okay, so kind of coming out of the shadows, appearing a little bit in the light and hissing a little bit, these two ones from behind you, that's a disadvantage. That's an 11 at you, Sylvan. And
A little bit.
yeah. Oh, sorry, Sarin. I don't know why in my brain that did not work.
It's fine. 11 does not hit.
Okay, and then at you, Piper, that is 12.
Oh no. My AC is 11.
Oh, is your armor equipped?
Artificers wear armor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
They
I
get
thought they
leather.
were mage-like.
Hold on, girl.
they're
No,
half casters.
Artificers are they're
I didn't have it selected. My bad. I thought I did.
I was gonna
It's
say.
113 now.
Oh,
Okay.
artificers.
The
They're-
Halfcasters.
Well,
'Kay.
no. Are they?
Yeah, they're half casters.
Oh yeah, they only get 5th level.
Yeah. Okay, so 13, so that misses. As it swings at you, it hisses in the light, and it does not seem like it can kind of bamf out of the way. Gloom, this one comes up again and kind of appears in front of you, but it's kind of ducking behind you and avoiding the light from, Salvin. And so that is a 17 to hit!
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, 9 slashing damage, and I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
5.
Yes. Okay, so as
Wait.
this thing rakes its claws across you, you feel the fear start to paralyze your brain, and you are now paralyzed. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns.
Wait. How close is that thing to me?
10 feet now.
Cool. Can you roll me a con save?
I so can. That's a 16.
That passes, sadly.
Anything?
No.
Okay. Seren.
Okay. As my action, I'm gonna use that the Tale of Beyond story that I've kept with me on. Well, it can only be used on between 2 people within 5 feet of each other. So I guess I'll between Ruth and Piper. That elf friend of mine that passed ages ago that I've told you about. He wraps his arms around both the nets, saying it's going to be fine, and they both gain. Give me a sec.
Bardic Inspiration plus Charisma, right?
Yeah, plus charisma, so that's 10 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Nice.
And how's everybody else looking on hit points?
Awful.
Well, guess what?
I'm almost there.
I did not use a spell this turn, so I'll use it this time. Mass healing words.
I'm 16 fast max, so.
Passed. Nice.
Everybody gets 7 hit points.
Oh, back to max. Plus 10 now.
So, did you say
So
that
is
I
it
had
plus 10 or plus
temporary?
7?
Yeah,
Or-
10.
How do I do that on the...
Near your HP, there'll be a little dash shit right
Oh,
to
I
the
see it.
right of it. Yep. Just
Yeah,
put
just
10
10.
there.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Is it 7 or 10?
Oh, you gain 10 HP. Well, everybody gains. No, fuck.
Yeah,
Ruth,
10 and 10.
Ruff and Piper gain 10 temporary HP. Everybody else
Yeah,
gains
yeah,
7
okay.
actual HP.
I get you.
7
I
actual.
get it now.
And
Thank you.
that's my turn.
Alright. Okay. Gloom, make your saving throw. Yes! I'm really excited for
Wait, and
this.
didn't you have...
Oh no!
You do have Bardic Inspiration!
Oh, that's right.
It's a D8.
I'm gonna actually close.
14!
So the
God damn it!
14.
I'm guessing you take
Boys.
it.
You are looking forward to hurting us, aren't you?
No, I just wanted to kill Shorty! I've never done that! I don't think
Would,
I've even downed him.
Why are you enough?
Would an 11 have made it? I wish I had remembered that.
An 11 would have made it.
Dang it. Oh well.
Yeah. You didn't remember it. It's fine. Okay, that's the end of your turn. This thing is going to, oh, okay. Will you also make a wisdom saving throw for me?
24.
Okay, you're fine. Okay, let's see. God damn it! I'm rolling so bad on my recharge.
You'll never kill me.
Watch this, bitch. That's a
Bet.
that's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
That's 23 slashing damage.
Okay, so a lot happens here. I go to 0.
Okay.
My Relentless Endurance brings me back to 1.
Okay.
And then my Orcus Fury Feet lets me reaction attack it.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Go
So you
for
literally
it.
Wanna,
So you literally
21.
said-
Yeah, that
you'd
hits.
say no when you die.
Alright, so I'll
You just got.
add another d6 to it. 12 damage on it.
Okay.
You got to
Alright.
say Uno reverse.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
You said no, fuck you, and then just headbutted him.
Why?
I go down. No. How about you go down?
Alright, that's all I get to do there.
Okay, well, I also need you to make
Oh,
another.
I'm sorry. I'll use my Channel Divinity to add 15 to make it 27 damage.
What?
Yeah, this thing isn't looking great.
Yeah,
what
literally
cha-
said no,
what
fuck you.
divinity is that?
Touch of Death. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can Channel Divinity to add 15 points of necrotic damage.
I love it.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
So
He
as
says no, fuck you, and headbutted him so hard.
pretty much, as Gloom's eyes roll in the back of his head, you just see like the burst of divine energy as he does not fall down unconscious and hits this thing with his sword with a very powerful hit. I do, however, need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
10.
Okay, you're paralyzed again.
So he staggers backwards, eyes rolling back, then suddenly there's this look of like fury and rage.
Yep.
And then he swings his sword.
Yep.
A dark light appears around it, cleaves the thing, and then he freezes like
Pretty
as he
much.
finishes the swing.
Pretty
Okay,
much.
cool. Good.
Remind me not to get on this motherfucker's bad side. Holy shit.
Okay, Piper.
I know, right?
There's one of these click-clacky things behind you. What are you doing?
Okay, the fact that it's like right there kind of freaks her out a little bit. So I remember that I sent 2 of the dancing lights kind of over here.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I do want to make sure that those like come right back to me.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I got my own. You're good.
Yeah. But since it's kind of like right in her face. Let's see what? Oh, I had it open. My bad. Wait. Okay, yeah, it was this one. So, a little mechanical spider just pops out of her back and she eeps, and there's like this spray of acid that comes out of it, and it's let's see, did I grab the right one? Yes. So I'm doing that thing. It has extra stuff. Did I do it wrong?
That's just.
Oh, I didn't mean to press that twice. My bad.
Okay, so I need to. It's a dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, is it a cone or a line?
It's a line.
Okay.
A line 30 feet long and then 5 feet wide.
You're basically just hucking a blob of acid at it.
Basically, yeah,
Okay.
just chucking a bunch of acid.
It does not make it, so it takes 8 damage.
The first one is 10.
Oh, sorry, 10 damage.
Eight.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because the second one was accidental.
True.
And
It-
if I remember Tasha's caustic brew right, it
It
has to
does-
actively take a turn to scrape the goop off it, or it continues to take the damage.
Yeah, it continues to take 2d4 acid damage at the start of each of its turns.
Ah, so Tasha's caustic brew is like the line version of Mel's acid arrow.
Anything else,
Yeah.
Piper? Bonus action?
Hmm.
I had already moved the light, so that was my bonus action.
Okay. Are you moving or anything? Or are you staying there?
If I move, it can attack me, can it?
Yup.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to stay there.
Okay.
Don't have to.
Gallagher, what are you doing?
The boy who ain't looking too good.
Okay.
He's smacked.
This one right here, yes.
The shalal.
That's a 10. That does not hit.
No, it doesn't.
Anything
Oh, no,
else?
not his shroud.
So I am gonna recast Shillelagh just to make sure it doesn't end.
Okay.
But yeah, that's about it.
Alrighty. Okay. So, Salvin.
Little does this thing in here in particular know, I have a weapon.
Okay.
Ah.
Awesome.
Huzzah!
Hey.
A stabby thing.
A 13 does not hit. It
This is
doesn't.
a dumb weapon, I hate it.
It doesn't realize that you have a weapon, but suddenly it is expecting a attack from you, and it catches it kind of on the edge of its. You like catch it right on the edge of its like kind of natural armor on its shoulder, and it turns and looks at you. Its mandibles like clittering a little bit.
Sir, can you not for 5 seconds, please?
Are you doing anything else?
Can I take my dancing lights and just have them all, like, hit this thing in the face?
Sure, for funsies, you can accost it. It will say that it might do something.
I did.
Okay. Roth, what are you doing?
Same as last turn.
Okay.
We move up. We try to rapier it. When do I need to determine if I use the bardic inspiration, by the way?
You can roll, and then if you're like, I don't think that's gonna make it before I say anything, you can just be like, I'm gonna use it.
Okay. So then I'll do... I think I'm gonna use it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your D8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
19?
19 just, or definitely makes it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, roll a damage.
22?
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, this thing's not looking too great.
Yeah, disengage and walk back, I think. This time I'll move here. To give these things more targets.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's all my actions.
Alrighty. Okay, this thing now in light is going to take an attack at you, Gloom.
Oh, wait.
What?
Con save.
Okay. Why did the big guy not have to make a con save?
Because it's a reaction.
No, why did this one not have to make a con save when it was his turn?
It's a reaction that you use on a target.
Oh! Okay.
It's a reaction that is if it enters 10 feet of me or starts its turn 10 feet of me.
Okay, so you choose one reaction, however.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand now. Okay, so yeah, that's a 3.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna roll it with the dice in DnD in this because
That's fine.
yeah. Takes 7 damage.
Beautiful.
Necrotic.
As it screeches a little bit in pain.
As mushrooms just start growing on it.
Start growing, yeah, popping up from its head. I love that. Okay, so it is in light, so it's a disadvantage. However, you're paralyzed, so it is at advantage, so it's just a straight hit, which is an 11. So it kind of bounces harmlessly off its armor as it attempts to attack your paralyzed form, Gloom. And then, not enjoying the way this is going, it is going to actually duck back over here. Alright, and then this one is going to attack you, Sarin.
Go for it.
And it is at disadvantage because of the light. So that's a 16.
That just hit.
Okay, take 7 slashing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. As well as...
To maintain concentration?
Nope, as well as one
Nope.
other one. So first one's for the effect.
How does a nat 20 sound?
Yeah, you're fine. Okay, go ahead and make one of it. Take concentration.
Okay,
What
this
a
is...
time to burn a nat 20.
So, to maintain concentration, I need to beat a 7, right?
No, you need to beat a 10.
Right. My bad.
Come on.
I have advantage because of a feat I took. That means I have advantage.
Warcaster?
Okay.
Nope. Eldritch Adept. I get an Eldritch Invocation.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, okay.
Nope, never mind. Fucking 2 nat ones.
Okay, so
You're not.
Bane is
You
gone.
just saved
It's
yourself.
violence
Bane
today,
is
huh?
gone. You know that 20 wasn't worth 2 nat ones.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Wait,
it
was
had
that thing
Bane
rolling
on
its
it.
Bane?
Yeah, I had Bane on
Yeah,
it.
I was rolling.
So, yeah, so
Okay.
the dog just disappears now.
Yep.
It's no longer pushing it back.
Oh, sad. Okay, Kofi, that is an 11 to hit you, which I think misses.
Yep.
Okay. The lights seem to be doing something to it. Both of them are going to try to... This one's going to clitter up to the ceiling and attempt to pull away. So, both you and Roth can attempt to make attacks of opportunity.
On it.
A 15 just hits.
20.
Both roll damage.
Okay, so only the 12, not the 5 sneak attack then.
10 damage.
Okay, is there a way that you two would in tandem like to kill this thing?
I slash at its gut.
And what were you aiming for, Roth?
Whatever's handy.
Okay, so as Seren slashes at its gut, and you kind of just like take your rapier and pierce through the side of it as well, it begins to just bleed and ooze this black ichor as it slumps against your blade, and you almost have to like shake it off of it. This one, seeing this happen to his friend, is going to pull away. Piper, you do get an attack of opportunity. Seren, you've already used yours.
Yeah, I am aware.
Okay, Pipper, I'm still a bit fuzzy on like.
Do you have
combat
a
stuff, so
melee?
can
You can't use your crossbow, but do you have like a dagger or something?
yeah, I do have a dagger. Is that the only thing I can do then?
Unless you have
Yeah.
Warcaster.
Okay,
Commit
yeah.
stab.
Commit stab! Where's my stab? Oops. Hold up. It's taking me a bit to commit stab. Commit stab!
14 misses as it
Right.
kind of jumps up to the ceiling and skitters along and kind of shows up over here.
Neat.
Okay. Seren, what are you doing?
Okay, bonus action. I'm a burn one of my bardic inspirations for the Tales of Beyond feature.
Mhm.
So I roll a d8 and I gain a new tail.
Go for it.
Dog's back.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, does it do that
Yeah.
at the beginning of its turn?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll your acid damage.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Um,
Don't apologize. Thank you for remembering. I totally forgot. Sorry,
So-
Archie. Pause for the cause.
Yep, you're right.
That's my thing.
I'm sorry. I steal all your phrases.
Okay, it's 2d4.
Yes.
So,
you're just slowly melting.
oh, it lags so much.
You're fine.
I rolled a 2 on that one.
I rolled 2 what? Sorry.
That was just for one of them because it's lagging so bad.
It's cool. Well, I'll like take it as soon as it pops in. I promise. Okay. Archie, go ahead.
Okay, so I gain a new tail and I can use it basically as an action whenever I want. And right now I'm gonna come down here, but I'm not gonna use my tail. I am gonna use my action to cast a spell. Zari, can you make a con saving throw for me,
For a big boy?
big boy?
Big boy.
That's
Big
a
boy.
9.
Yeah, he's now blind because I cast blindness / deafness.
Huge.
Oh, nice.
Alright.
Damn.
Okay.
So now it can't see.
Bet. Got it. Okay, and you're concentrating on that?
Oh no, blindness deafness
Oh, that's
isn't
right.
a
That's not
concentration.
concentration.
It's instant and permanent.
Anything else?
Nah, I can't do anything. Done my action, done my bonus action. I'm good.
Okay, Gloom.
I make a wisdom and a con save.
Yep.
15.
You're fine.
Beta.
Yeah, you are still paralyzed. Okay. And this thing does not get its recharge back, which is fine, but it's coming for your kneecaps because you're annoying it.
This is a straight roll.
Yeah, it's just a straight roll. So that's a 20 to hit?
Does hit.
Okay. So
Wait,
it's a
I'm down.
crit on
Wait,
you.
what?
You are down.
Hold up.
Yeah, I don't think that'll go over your max. Yeah.
I don't know.
What's your max?
43.
Wait,
Yeah, you're fine. Yes, Artsy?
that's disadvantage, doesn't it?
It's straight because I'm paralyzed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's blind.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he's
So they cancel each other
paralyzed,
out.
so they cancel each other out, so it's a straight roll.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But then again, I would say.
Okay. All right.
Gotcha.
So that is his turn. And then he, after downing Gloom, is going to pull away Gallagher if you would like a attack of opportunity.
I would. Because it's currently ongoing on my one attack weapon, can I shillelagh it?
Sure.
Because it's an ongoing
Yeah,
thing.
it's ongoing.
Yeah.
20.
Hit.
Shillelagh!
Sha-la-la-la-la.
Oh
11.
my god, okay.
No.
Commit
I'm not
bonk.
done. I'm not done.
Oh my
Commit the
god.
bonk!
Because I have the symbiotic enemy, I automatically deal an extra 1d6 damage.
Roll it! I'm scared! Oh my god, okay. It's still alive.
So that's another 2. It now has mushrooms on it.
Okay. It is still alive. Barely.
Mushroom
But it's
friend.
still alive.
Oh,
As it kind of
Mushroom
duck backs
dance.
over here.
Mushroom dance. Whatever
And
could it
kind
mean
of
when the mushrooms dance?
ducks into the shadows. You're not quite positive. Some of you aren't quite positive where it went. Piper, what are you
It
doing?
means you have lived a life of sin.
Okay, Gloom is the one that just went down,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Okay, so, um, she's gonna grab another one of the little mechanical spiders out of her pack and just kind of throw it towards Gloom, and she's casting Healing Word.
And they didn't know. So they're like, oh, fuck it.
Hold on.
I s-
Did I grab the right one? Yeah.
Okay. So, Gloom, you come back to consciousness with 7 healing.
Let's go.
I think
Still
I just
paralyzed, though.
move probably here so I can just see stuff
You
better.
have lived a life of sin.
Okay, and that's a bonus action. Do you have an action you want to do?
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Cantrip or shoot?
crossbow.
Yeah, I can see this one, right? Or the slab's in the way too much. That was right here.
This slab's in the way, but if you were standing here, you would have, a line of sight. On this
So right
one?
here, that would work. Yeah, so
It's
then I'd
really short.
I mean,
That's why I
you
was
can
asking.
jump.
I'm joking.
Jump in the crossbow. Is this how this is happening?
Oh, preferably while you're doing this movement, you're also like leaping through the air, firing your crossbow.
Oh my gosh.
Boing pew.
Okay, 12 does miss. So you're
Rip.
not quite, it kind of clatters off of its natural armor.
Probably because I jumped.
Yeah, probably because you jumped.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay, Gallagher?
So, Gloom is currently laying on the ground because he hasn't gotten up yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna touch his leg and cure his wounds.
Okay, go for it.
Set up a D&D campaign.
Nice.
Nice.
11.
Mechanical spider
Oh.
just like spitting out salve on his wounds. It's just like
Touch.
hit him
Crushed up
across him.
mushrooms.
He's saying, make it.
Okay, any bonus action or movement?
You know what? Yes. Ah, bitch.
Alright. Okay. Salbin, what are you doing?
Alright, so night vision is 60 feet in the dark with like grays and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Per the rules, yeah.
You wouldn't quite have line of sight on this dude because he's kind of ducked behind a pillar. He is
That's
covered.
fine. I can move. Let's see. 25. I can move here if I do like a really weird pattern. If I do like
Yeah, you're good.
like down and I got a crossbow.
Shoot.
Shoot.
Okay, yeah, that definitely hits.
I think you were gonna say, did I hit it?
Patoom.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
It was so low.
It was at 2 hit points.
That depends. Which way is it facing?
It's facing you.
You know what?
In the
Classic
titty.
headshot. Nothing wrong with that. No, I'm not shooting it in the titty. I don't even know if it has titties.
Shoot it in the
Everything
crotch.
has
Crotch
titties.
shot.
You know what? Crotch shot. Why not?
Arrow to the knee.
Wait! It's even better. Hold on. You know what? Actually, come over here. Give me that.
Arrow to the knee, I'll give you that. Okay.
An adventure for
But an appropriate death for someone named Ether.
Oh my god. So as you release a crossbow arrow, it smacks it in the knee and it kind of like hits the ground, its head cracking against the ground as it begins to ooze this black ichor as it falls down dead.
Nice.
Beautiful.
I got the knees.
Roth, what are you doing?
Okay, that's really bad timing for that yawn. I would like to start moving. Moving. There we go. And I guess I stab this.
Damn.
Go for it.
Yeah, kill stealing.
Okay, yeah, that hits.
20?
Yeah. How do you want to kill this dude?
I don't know. Stab it in the neck.
Okay, cool. You stab it in the neck as it begins to kind of just bleed out, pinning it almost against, and pushing it against the pillar back here. And it is now embedded against it.
Have at thee.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to dash.
Okay.
Get down here.
Alrighty. Okay. So as you get down there, you realize as you're kind of looking that this creature is standing next to what you kind of, because your passive perception is 19, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you realize that this creature is standing next to what appears to be a sort of almost trigger fuse that seems to be attached to this pillar right here. And just as you stand there, you realize what this creature is about to do.
Oh no. I regret going down
Do
here.
you have any movement left? I will let you finish your turn as you realize this.
I have... I moved 50... Okay, so I have 15 more feet. And it's doing something actively to, like...
He's about to.
I mean, you could just go in a diagonal, so just to make it here. I believe in you.
Yeah. I'm gonna...
Be careful of an attack.
Yeah, I know.
Are you taking the attack?
I mean, if it has the reaction left, then yes.
Okay, so that's a 7 to hit. You're fine.
Okay.
Yay!
That sucks.
Uh,
Okay, so as this thing takes its turn, it... okay. It lights off an explosive, and this pillar begins to collapse. Just as you're running away, you manage to get out of the area as the ceiling begins to crumble as it stands and stares at you, and then teleports.
Yeah.
And those who are a little bit more perceptive see it appear over here.
Ah, perfect.
See what it's doing. 4 pillars holding something up.
Yep.
Yeah, the ceiling.
Oh no.
Give me a quick second.
It's
So,
your
from
turn,
here-
Seren.
Just making sure everything's... Yeah. Zari, I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Okay. 7.
Yeah, that does not succeed. You are now taking a cast stop third level spell version of Shatter within the 10 feet of its area.
Okay. Go ahead.
17 thunder damage.
Wait, no, what?
All right.
Are you... What? You cast Shatter inside the mine?
Wait, it's thunder, ain't it? I thought thunder sound and lightning's lightning.
Yeah, you cast Shatter while we're underground.
Is it on one creature or is it an area?
It's
effect?
area.
It's an area.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it's area damage that destroys things.
is it 10 feet?
Yes.
It's 60 to 10, so yeah, it could be.
Okay.
Everyone's fine. Everyone's fine.
So
It's just
you...
very, very loud noise.
Okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me check something. Okay, so what begins to happen is kind of like a very loud noise emanates from this area, and it begins to, you see rock and shale starting to fall from the edges of the ground as this thing looks up, and a rock begins to, and it falls on top of it, almost smashing his head open, definitely killing it. These pillars look like they are barely holding up. However, for the time being, you've taken it out. It is dead. And Piper, you look over to the slab that you're standing next to. And Seren, you do as well. And you see kind of like underneath, or you see a figure underneath kind of a tarp laying there.
So, we moving a slab or?
She puts a finger to her nose and goes, "Not it."
Rude.
Hey, I'm tiny. How am I supposed to lift the thing?
Am I lifting this or?
Step into the lab.
See what's on the slab.
I can help.
Shiva would.
Nah, no, I have a powerful build plus I'm quite strong. I'm a lift this bitch.
It literally is just a tarp over the top of something on top of the slab. Calm down.
Oh,
you can't lift the tarp.
I thought you said it was under the
No,
slab.
no,
Yeah, I
no.
thought it said under slab.
No, on top
Why
of
do
the
you think I
slab.
made
Sorry.
the joke?
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Okay, so as you lift the tarp, you see kind of petrified looking skits.
My son.
Piper just kind of like goes quiet and you see tears.
Under further investigation,
petrified?
it's pretty obvious that it's not just petrification, that Skits has literally been scared out of his wits and was not able to withstand whatever mental torture these things were putting him under. As you, just for the sake of things, as you guys kind of poke around a little bit, under the collapse that kind of happened over here, you find lots of remnants, heaps of bones, clothing and boots, various rusted blades and splintered bows and arrows. You do manage to find about 50 gold pieces and a couple of other things, but that seems to be it. You're not quite sure what these creatures are, but for the time being, you figure you vanquished them, and nothing else is coming for you. As you spend time poking around these rooms and exiting the mines, there are no more of these terrors that prey on your brains. As far as you know, you've cleared out the mines. Heading back into town, and you poke around, and as you exit out the mines, it's about nightfall now, and exiting out, you see just that the overcast sky has slightly faded, and the glimpse of this very slight sunset poking through. kind of echoing off of the, or not echoing, but like glancing off of the mist that settles over this land as it starts to clear. The oppressing feelings begin to fade. And whatever magical illusionist type things that were happening seem to not be happening anymore. You've succeeded. And I think that is where we're going to end for tonight. So, congrats, guys!
Nice.
Ah!
You didn't die.
Most of us
Yay.
live.
Wait,
Congrats,
no.
congrats.
I want to return the locket to Lucas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll say for the sake of things that you make your way back, just kind of as like a wrap up. You return the locket to Lucas. He thanks you profusely and kind of looks at peace with himself a little bit. He's very well on in his years, and if you spend any more time talking to him, he indicates that he's kind of just waiting to pass so that he can see his wife again.
Oh no, he gets a minor
I can help
illusion
you
of
with
what
that.
he gets a minor illusion of what I did to the graveyard.
Aww. Okay, showing him what you did to the graveyard, you see tears begin to pour down his cheeks.
Honestly, just like as a thing, I kind of want, because I know it's a locket, I kind of want to do thing with Piper and just like install button to minor illusion.
Yeah, we'll say that you could do that because that's really cute.
Yay. Just like 2 button, one just to show of the graveyard and one just like of wife, because I assume it's a locket that opens.
Okay. So thank you guys so much for playing with me. I had an absolute blast and I hope you guys did too.
We've got like 3 squads.
I would love to use this time, if you guys want to go to bed because it's late AF and we've been playing for 5.5 hours. I don't...
Bruh, I just watched the sunrise.
I know. So...
I'm a Degen, I don't sleep.
I don't know how much energy you guys have left, but if anybody has any questions about the session or any like comments or anything, including in chat as well, I will totally take those now.
Yeah, you took both fucking weapons.
I just want to know what we were fighting.
Wait, both of them?
Yeah,
Wow,
okay.
that's weird.
So, you guys didn't go into the mansion, and so you didn't discover any clues about what you were fighting. So, but these were mean locks, which are a fey creature, and pretty much they prey on you, and if you get separated, they steal people, and they'll, like, psychologically torment them and turn them into one of them.
Oh shit.
And so
Yeah.
the mystery was that they're created when there's a shift between the Feywild and the material plane. And so what happened was when these miners were stuck and had the like overpressing the fear and the like the super close shift, there was actually a pretty intensive planar crack about a little ways above the mine, and if you'd poked around you would have actually found a area that was like had a bunch of different pools, and that was kind of like the pool above it was dripping down, and so that's where they were kind of born. And so because of that and the fear that the miners felt, many of those that were left behind turned into these mean locks, and then they would come and they'd start to pick off the villagers who felt the most fear.
We missed so much story.
Yeah, you guys did miss a lot of story. You moved a little slowly.
We should really have spent like an hour and a half more just like walking around.
Yeah. So
like, I just kind of looked them up because I wanted to know more about them. We were treating them as these giant monsters. They're like 2 feet tall.
Wait, what?
Wait, really?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't describe the little ones. I described the big ones. I did make an elder mean lock, which was like the big boss dude that had the whale effect. But yeah.
I thought they were like twice my size.
Nope, they were
We're
a little
about the
bit shorter
same.
than you.
You could have just kicked one and punted it across the room.
Probably. I mean, I got a -1 on strength, so probably not, but still.
You could have tried.
Mhm.
Wait, so since these things take people and turn them into more of them, does that mean we effectively also killed skits?
No,
No.
because Skits did not withstand the mental torture.
Skits wasn't turned yet. He
Yeah.
was under
Yeah,
the
well-
tarp.
Yeah.
He just died. He couldn't stand it.
Rip. Well, I mean, good news is out of 7 people, we only have 1 die. That's not a bad mortality rate.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, okay, to be completely honest, towards the end I was like, I'm not gonna, I had more because you didn't pick off any. So, there was actually about 3 more that were supposed to be terrorizing the
pick off.
village, but you guys didn't run into any. So, if you had separated or they would have come out sooner. And so, if someone could withstand them by themselves, and draw the attention of the rest of the party, it would have triggered a fight. And so you had the potential to kill off several of the other ones. And so for the sake of this, I just said that because I wasn't sure how the balance was going to go with my homebrew monster, and so there was 2 more that you were supposed to have in that last boss fight. And then there's also was supposed to be another one of the big boys in the mansion. But I was just like, you know what? It's fine. I'll give them a success. So.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think we could have handled 2 more small ones.
Yeah, if I
ones?
didn't get the whale back.
Yeah, true.
Oh my god. What was that?
That is kind of like the Banshee
Thank you
thing.
for the follow,
Yeah.
Kiwi. I appreciate it. Yes, I actually stole that from the Banshee.
Yeah, the Banshee is notorious for being like party killers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was like, how can I scare them? Banshee whale. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Banshee sure
Artsy?
just kills people.
Artsy,
Yes.
that ring was just straight up a ring of protection.
Oh,
Gentlemen.
see,
Yay.
you want to know what my mind was going to?
What?
Which is
Cursing.
honestly what I want the character to do. No, not cursed. I kind of thought it was a lost wedding ring. So after the thing, I was gonna have him go and try and find one of them and just return it.
Cute.
Aww.
Kiwi, thank you, Nightstar, for sending another person. Kiwi, you're just hitting us as we're wrapping up and finishing our spooky session. So we are doing a little bit of chat and debrief for some of the mystery stuff that they missed.
But guess where
Okay.
this is gonna be?
I didn't want to.
It will be on YouTube. It will be on YouTube.
I was wondering.
Yes.
How does one identify magic objects?
So you need to either have an identify spell, or if you equip the item and it's not attuned, you automatically know what it is. If it is an attuned item, you do need to spend a short rest doing so.
Right.
Yeah.
But you need the identify spell to find out without using it?
Without
Or is it
equipping it, correct.
Okay, because there's no way to just use Arcana to just kind of...
No.
No detect magic in Arcana or nothing.
No. You can kind of sense. Most DMs will let you flavor sense if something's magical with Arcana, but you can't identify objects.
Weird.
Yeah. All right.
So, if shit's cursed, shit's just cursed, and you have no way of finding that out before you're cursed?
Unless you identify.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wait, does identify show if it's cursed?
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually.
It shows any magical properties, curse or magic.
Okay, I've drank so much tea, so I'm gonna go pee quickly. I'll leave stream up so that you guys can continue to debrief, and then when I get back, you guys can ask any questions that you want to.
So anyway, how about that airline food?
Oh my god. My god.
It was cool.
What's the deal with airline food?
Oh, yeah. Wait, okay. Actually, though, what is the deal with airline food? I've never had it. I don't understand what the fuck the problem is.
I don't know either.
What?
I've always heard the
on a
setup.
plane.
What's going on? I hear gunshots.
I've always heard the setup. I never heard the punchline.
Yeah.
There is no punchline. It's just what's the deal with airline food?
Yeah. I think it's It's just a thing we can all kind of complain about. Mention it. Haha. Yeah, we all agree that this is bad or something.
So same pointless energy as like the me win the meme.
Yeah.
What?
When the
You know, me win the. Yeah, me win the.
It does have a punchline.
It does?
Hey, Kofi.
What?
Sent you something.
What did I get
What's the-
sent? I'm concerned.
What's the punchline?
Give me a second.
Oh my
to...
god. RG.
Okay, Zari's back.
Welcome back.
So
So what's the deal with airline food?
the punchline is legitimately it's trying to hijack our stomachs and take us to the bathroom.
Alright!
My God.
So we didn't know what to talk about, so.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments about...
No.
What was the mushrooms?
What do you mean?
Specifically the black moss or whatever.
It was just like a fey moss. And I had an option of putting a black pudding in there. I didn't hate you guys.
I would have made friends with the black pudding.
No, you would not.
No, you
I
would have
encouraged
not.
it.
You could try.
You could certainly try, but I probably wouldn't have let you. That would have had to have been like a natural 20 roll.
No, because I'm installing something.
Okay. Any other fun questions or things you want to know?
My brain not work.
Mood.
We can just call it a night.
Don't tell me Merry Christmas.
Yeah, we can totally just call it a night.
It's Renee.
But
Call it a night just vibe.
what?
Call it a night, maybe just bad.
Maybe.
Okay, I'm the late-
But to those hanging out, thank you so much for hanging out and for participating. I really, really appreciate it. It was a pretty fun stream. It was my first time DMing on this channel, as well as my first time DMing on camera. So I hope that worked out. I hope I wasn't like staring down or spacing out too much. That was what I was a little worried about. But if you like my style and want to come check out the other sessions that I DM for, go ahead and give Destined to Roll a follow. That's the main group that I DM for, as well as playing. So that'll be pretty fun. As well as Kofi said earlier, this will be uploaded on YouTube probably pretty quickly here. I'm probably gonna like start it tomorrow. So please go visit my YouTube channel and this will be uploaded pretty quick there as well. Yes, hop on our Discord and those are my socials. Kofi's being amazing mod right now. I appreciate you. But thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the Etsy.
I can't tell.
Yes. I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for hanging out, even though I'm sick and dying and coughed a lot. But you're all absolutely amazing. And I hope you had a good time. So I'm not going to raid tonight because I'm honestly super emotionally exhausted and don't think that I can pretend to hang out with somebody for a little bit. But we will see you, if you want to see what my stream schedule is for next week, I will be posting that in Discord probably on Monday, but likely I'm going to be playing House of Ashes with Nettie on Monday night. So, but I love you all. Okay, everybody say good night.
Good night. I love you all.
Good night.
Or morning if somebody's crazy.
Yeah, true.
Use exclamation mark artsy.
Mayonnaise on an escalator.
Why?
I'm so glad I didn't end on that. I'm so glad I didn't end on that. Okay, I love you all. I love you all so much. Good night.
Bye.